The roots of the American Civil War were laid down when the plantation economy was established in the early southern colonies. Slavery was legal everywhere at the time, but it was only economically valuable on large agricultural plantations. America's founding fathers believed that slavery would die out naturally, and so chose to do nothing. However, instead of dying, slavery became too integral to the southern states for them to give up. Instead, they chose disunion and war. The first years of that war saw the South's greatest successes, but also sowed the seeds of its ultimate demise. Welcome to part 1 of our long video on the American Civil War, covering the origins of the war up to the Battle of Chancellorsville. Please consider liking, commenting, and sharing if you think our educational videos deserve to be viewed by others. This world is full of AI slop, and we're trying hard to continue delivering top-notch historical videos. Do you know why thousands of people on YouTube and Patreon support us financially? Because they get history you won't find anywhere else. We release 3 new exclusive videos every week. Plus, they get perks like early access to all videos, voting rights on upcoming series and videos, access to our private Discord, our production schedule, and much more. Right now, 250 exclusive episodes are waiting for members and patrons, including from our series on the Eastern Front of World War II, Spanish War of Succession, the Punic Wars, the Pacific War, the Iberian Reconquista, the Russian Revolution and Civil War, the North African and Italian campaigns of World War II, Sicilian Wars between the Greeks and Carthaginians, and many others. By joining, you're not only unlocking rare content, you're also supporting the stories you love. Your help allows us to keep producing 3 free videos per week while paying our team competitive salaries and growing the channel. Join via the links in the description, the pinned comment, or by pressing the join button under the video. Thanks for making this possible. The eminent Civil War historian James M. McPherson describes slavery as the basic and most deep-rooted cause of the Civil War, a stance with which we wholly and unequivocally agree. While the immediate cause of the war was Southern secession, and numerous other issues exacerbated tensions, the proximate cause was slavery. Absent that peculiar institution, there would have been no Civil War. However, you shouldn't take historians' word for it, for the Confederates' own words agree with them as well. The Confederates were quite open about slavery being their reason for revolt. In personal letters, church sermons, newspaper articles, and even their founding documents, the Confederates repeatedly stated that maintaining slavery was the entire reason for secession. The second line of Mississippi's Declaration of the Causes for Secession states that our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world. It then proceeds to lay out 17 grievances regarding the threat to slavery by free states, before declaring, "We must either submit to degradation and to the loss of our property worth $4 billion of money, or we must secede from the union framed by our fathers to secure this as well as every other species of property." The original seceding states, who made their own declarations, had the same grievances and drew the same conclusion, though far less concisely. The Confederate Constitution was similarly clear about defending slavery. It was mostly copied from the US Constitution, except for adding protections for slavery and restricting internal improvements. Article 1, Section 9, Line 4 of the Confederate Constitution states, "No bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law denying or impairing the right of property in Negro slaves shall be passed," while Article 4, Section 3 specifically allows slavery in any new territories. In defending this constitution, the Confederacy's Vice President Alexander H. Stephens explicitly confirmed that the Confederacy was specifically created to defend slavery. In his famous Cornerstone speech, he states, "The new Constitution has put at rest forever all the agitating questions relating to our peculiar institution, African slavery as it exists among us, the proper status of the Negro in our form of civilization. This was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution." He further asserted that contrary to the Declaration of Independence proclamation that all men are created equal, our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. Throughout the speech, Stevens blatantly and unequivocally rejects all American founding principles which could threaten the institution of slavery. He made no effort to hide the truth that the South was seceding to continue the enslavement of Africans. Confederate President Jefferson Davis preferred to be more guarded about secession's causes, and always couched them in terms of property rights. However, he never publicly disagreed with Stevens, and no evidence exists that he did so privately. In fact, it's quite clear from his words that he had the exact same sentiments as Stevens. In his farewell address to the Senate, he repeatedly defended the idea that Africans were inferior and deserved to be slaves, as in the Constitution, we find provision made for that very class of persons as property. They were not put upon the footing of equality with white men. In a speech to the Confederate Congress, he celebrates their freedom from a persistent and organized system of hostile measures against the rights of owners of slaves in the southern states, ensuring abolitionists wouldn't be thus rendering the property in slaves so insecure as to be comparatively worthless, and thereby annihilating in effect property worth thousands of millions of dollars. Overall, it can be seen that there was never any ambiguity or dissension. The southern states openly seceded in order to continue the chattel slavery of Africans, and they trumpeted that fact to everyone. This leaves the question of how there came to be any ambiguity or dissent over the Civil War's causes, when those behind the war were so open about what was happening. There are two reasons. The first is a lack of focus on slavery from legitimate scholarly sources. Early historians who wrote about the Civil War did not see the need to write about slavery. That slavery was the primary cause of the war was considered a settled point. Thus, most scholars focused on untangling the web of other contributing causes and let slavery fall to the side. After all, there's little academic need to write about established facts when there's obscura to be investigated. This lack of focus created a perception that slavery was less important to the conflict than it truly was. Another reason that slavery fell to the wayside in Civil War historiography was deliberate obfuscation by the Confederates themselves. Having lost the war and facing the judgment of history, they sought to distance themselves from their indefensible championing of slavery. In a post-war diary entry written while imprisoned and in subsequent correspondence, Confederate Vice President Stevens claimed that his extemporaneous cornerstone speech was misquoted and miscopied by a reporter, and that the real issues were constitutional questions over states' rights. His claim is undercut by his other claim that the misquotes occurred despite consulting with the reporter after the speech, suggesting that Stevens is responsible for his own misinterpretation. More damning, Stevens was an avid letter writer and newspaper contributor, yet never mentioned being misquoted nor offered to correct the record before his incarceration. Davis would similarly change his tune, claiming that the war had been fought for the inalienable right of a people to change their government, and the right to withdraw from a union into which they had, as sovereign communities, voluntarily entered. Slavery was incidental to that issue, a complete reversal of everything both men had said prior to the war and everything their own state's secession documents said. Credible historians dismiss Davis and Stevens' obfuscations as self-serving and blatant falsehoods. This myth-making was aided by the work of Jubal Early. Acting on what he believed were Robert E. Lee's final orders to his troops, Early sought to romanticize and celebrate the Confederacy as a noble lost cause in numerous articles for the Southern Historical Society and newspapers in the 1870s. These works, coupled with other former Confederates' memoirs, created a mythology to protect the South from the bitter reality of what it had done and the unjust institution it had fought to preserve. This didn't fool anyone post-war, as Union General George H. Thomas noted in 1868. The greatest efforts made by the defeated insurgents since the close of the war have been to promulgate the idea that the cause of liberty, justice, humanity, equality, and all the calendar of the virtues of freed men suffered violence and wrong when the effort for Southern independence failed. This is, of course, intended as a species of political cant, whereby the crime of treason might be covered with a counterfeit varnish of patriotism so that the precipitators of rebellion might go down in history hand in hand with the defenders of the government, thus wiping out with their own hands their own stains. All in all, the dedicated efforts of lost causes enabled post-war Southerners to blur slavery's importance to the war. But there was no true doubt then, and none should remain. The exact reasons why the South was willing to fight were as complicated and simple as why slavery was the cause. Historians agree, and Confederate rhetoric corroborates, that fear drove Southerners to rebellion. Exactly what those fears were, and which were most important, is still a source of considerable debate, but three of them stand out. The most visceral fear was of the slaves themselves. This may sound absurd, but as Thomas Jefferson eloquently observed in 1820, slaveholding is like holding a wolf by the ear. We can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Slave owners lived in perpetual fear of slave uprisings, and with good reason. Many of the richest slave owners were classically educated and familiar with Spartacus and the Roman Servile Wars. They drew parallels between themselves and those ancient Italian slave owners who had been cut down by their slaves. More pressingly, the Haitian Revolution, which happened only a few decades before the American Civil War, was still fresh in everyone's memory. The brutality and cruelty of that conflict were bad enough, but far worse for the Southern slaveholders was the 1804 massacre of surviving French citizens on the island. Southerners, even those who didn't personally hold slaves, feared suffering the same fate if they lost control of their slaves. Demographics made this fate seem highly plausible. According to the 1860 census, the United States population was approximately 31 million, of which about 4 million were slaves. The free population in the states that formed the Confederacy was about 5.5 million, with about 3.5 million slaves. South Carolina and Mississippi had more slaves than free citizens, which was a contributing factor in those states being the first two to secede. In the event of a widespread, dedicated revolt, state governments feared they would lack the manpower to put down the rebellion. Worse, the North might simply watch the rebelling slaves exact just retribution and do nothing, which certain firebrand abolitionists certainly advocated. In the slaveholders' minds, releasing their slaves from servitude could only end in disaster, even as they encouraged the slave population to grow. There had already been a number of localized slave rebellions which had been defeated more by luck and by the rebels' mistakes than any competence on the Southerners' behalf. The Southerners foresaw an oncoming disaster of their own making, which an indifferent North might allow. However, they needed slavery too much to make any choice but to hold on as long as possible. A related fear was the loss of political power. Freeing the slaves would mean giving the black man the right to vote, and even if things didn't turn violent, the sheer number of former slaves would be a threat at the ballot box. Southern whites feared newly enfranchised black voters taking political power away from whites and possibly using it to oppress them as they'd been oppressed. A more immediate fear was their states losing relevance. The South was rapidly losing power to the North and West, and it feared that soon the other regions would simply stop caring about their needs and push their own agenda. The slaveholding states had agrarian economies that depended on a favorable balance of trade and low industrialization to be profitable. However, both the North and West were rapidly industrializing and were looking for increased government spending on infrastructure and protective tariffs. Given that most immigrants were moving to the North and West, it was only a matter of time before non-Southern interests dominated national politics. It was already clear in 1860 that the so-called slave power was dying. 9 of the first 15 presidents were Southerners, and the ones from the North had relied on Southern votes to win their elections. However, when Abraham Lincoln handily won the Electoral College, despite not even being on the ballot in much of the South, it was clear that the slave states were now in the minority, which was unlikely to ever change since few areas west or north of Texas were suitable for cotton production and therefore slavery. This economic bottleneck was a key Southern problem. The antebellum South was utterly dependent on slavery. Ever since they were first settled, the economies of the southern states had been built around agriculture, with large plantations being the economic capstone. This system was nearing collapse in the 18th century due to the falling prices of southern cash crops and the devastation of its soil. Eli Whitney's cotton gin changed everything. Cotton was native to the South and grew well even in depleted soil, but cultivation was minimal due to the seeds being extremely hard to remove by hand, limiting production to 1 pound of cotton per day per worker. Gins, which had existed in India and China for several hundred years but never made it west, easily sorted the seeds from the fiber and could process 50 pounds of cotton per day. Meanwhile, Britain was in the throes of the early Industrial Revolution, built around its textile industry. Thus, at the same time that the South began bringing cotton cultivation online, Britain developed an almost insatiable appetite for cotton. This turned cotton from a pesky weed into white gold. The South traded cotton at top dollar to British ships at their ports in exchange for British-manufactured goods. This trade was phenomenally profitable for both sides, and by 1860, 57% of US exports were Southern cotton, worth $191 million. This made cotton planters the richest men in America for decades. King Cotton completely rewrote the South's economy, and production soared. This system could not exist without slavery. The most profitable type of Southern cotton could be harvested up to 7 times a year. Cotton had to be picked by hand, which was unpleasant in the southern heat and dangerous due to the plant's rock-hard and razor-sharp bolls. The profit-maximizing amount of labor was 1 hand per 10 acres, picking 200 pounds of cotton per day. Cotton would readily grow in any warm, humid climate, but it wasn't possible at the time to increase yield per acre. Growing more cotton required more land, which required ever more workers. Luring non-enslaved workers to such a back-breaking job would have required extremely high wages, all them having literally no other choice. With the American frontier promising limitless possibilities and the rapidly expanding northern factories always hiring, southern planters couldn't compete in the labor market and maintain their profits. Therefore, the lowest cost option was slavery, which was a steep investment up front in exchange for very low maintenance costs over the long run. This resulted in plantation owners pouring money into buying increasing amounts of slaves and land unsuitable for anything but cotton farming. An 1860 estimate suggests that the total value of American slaves was at least $2 billion, at a time when total government revenue was about $4 billion. Almost all Southern wealth was tied up in slavery. By this point, the Southern states were totally reliant on a dangerous economic system. Known alternately as Dutch disease, the resource curse, and a rentier economy, it created a system of dramatic inequality and economic stagnation in which extraction of a high-value resource is so profitable that all other industries struggle to compete. The easy money in resource extraction leaves little incentive to invest in other economic sectors, and so they are left to wither and frequently die. Thus, a rentier economy becomes dependent on the resource, and should that sector decline, the entire economy collapses. This causes an enormous wealth gap between those who profit from the resource and the general population, leading to instability. Most rentier states in the modern world use a combination of violent oppression and social welfare to quash dissent. The slaveholding South certainly used extreme violence to keep the slaves in line, but not the white population. While the cotton economy created a highly privileged class of plantation aristocrats, the vast majority of Southerners were poor farmers. About 25% of Southern families held slaves, but only about 8% had more than 10, and only 0.1% of planters had more than 100 slaves. However, even Southerners who held no slaves heavily supported slavery and the overall Southern economic system. While the reasons for that support are complex and controversial, one important reason was aspiration. In theory, a poor subsistence farmer needed only 1 year's food surplus to switch to cotton growing. The profit from 1 year's cotton harvest would be enough to start buying slaves to take over the work. Once slaves were working the land, wealth came quickly and exponentially. How often this actually happened is hotly debated, but it was at least theoretically possible. Thus, the allure of being an elite planter was enough to keep the majority invested in the system. A common talking point of the lost cause myth is that if slavery was the issue which caused the war, why didn't other nations have one to end slavery? All the New World empires were built on slavery, and they peacefully emancipated their slaves, so it can't be the main reason America fought itself. However, this ignores the unique aspects of emancipation in those empires. Britain passed the Slavery Abolition Act in 1833, which provided for the gradual emancipation of slaves outside of India over the following 10 years. This was accompanied by slaveholder compensation of £20 million, roughly 40% of the government's budget. This compensation quelled most dissent, which was already limited because slaveholders in the British Empire held less political sway than American slaveholders did. Moreover, members of the British Parliament were elected by voters in Britain proper, where slavery had never been legal, and few politicians had reason to ally with slaveholders beyond limited commercial interests. Thus, slavery could be and was abolished without significant political backlash. A better comparison is Brazil, which didn't outlaw slavery until 1888. The slaveholders there had very similar fears to the Americans and had resisted ending slavery until the entire plantation system was beginning to fail. The final end came by imperial decree, almost on a whim, and directly contributed to the fall of the monarchy the following year. Without the American Civil War, it is probable that the United States would have followed Brazil in allowing slavery to continue for the benefit of the politically powerful slaveholding Southern elite. As it was, their desperation to maintain the system triggered the war that caused their downfall. It could not be any clearer that slavery was the powder keg that set off the American Civil War. The Declaration of Independence states that all men are created equal, but reality was quite different. While many states didn't actively practice or encourage slavery in 1776, it was legal in all 13 of them. This dissonance between their high-minded Enlightenment ideals and slavery gnawed at America's founders. George Washington's experience was instructive. While he publicly opposed the slave trade for decades, he only denounced slavery itself and his participation in it privately. He was acutely aware of how influential he was and knew that his opposition could doom the institution, but he was more afraid that it could doom the country. Washington fully agreed with Thomas Jefferson's assessment that slavery was the greatest threat to the new nation's unity, as well as a terrible evil that eroded the moral character of humanity. However, Washington knew that his contemporaries would never willingly end slavery outright, and he considered America too fragile to survive that confrontation. State factionalism nearly ripped apart the Continental Army, paralyzed the Continental and Confederation Congress, nearly derailed the Constitutional Convention, and finally caused bitter congressional fights during his presidency. Ultimately, on the topic of slavery, Washington feared that speaking out would break his country. Instead, Washington hoped that his neighbors would realize that slavery was not only immoral, but unsustainably unprofitable, as he had. Washington inherited Mount Vernon at 11, and his decades of meticulous bookkeeping clearly showed that his plantation was failing. Crop yields fell every year, as tobacco depleted the soil. Tobacco's price declined repeatedly due to increasing production and changing global demand. George Washington took great pride in maintaining and treating his slaves better than his neighbors, at great expense, but he'd calculated that even if he spent the barest minimum on their maintenance, he'd still be losing money. The plantation system was a money pit. Washington first wrote about ceasing being a slave owner in 1778. However, it wasn't possible. Virginia only allowed manumission by special act of the legislature, which was rarely done. This left no option but to sell his 123 slaves, to which he was adamantly opposed, writing in 1794, "Were it not then that I am principled against selling Negroes, as one would do cattle in the market, I would not in 12 months from this date be possessed of one as a slave." Therefore, he continuously, though privately, pushed for legislative action to end slavery, writing in 1786, There is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do to see a plan adopted for this abolition of slavery, but there is only one proper and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and that is by legislative authority. Jefferson didn't have Washington's inhibitions, and publicly worked against slavery, despite being a slave owner himself. In this he was joined by Benjamin Franklin, a founding member of America's first abolitionist society. Their first victory came in 1778, when Virginia banned importing slaves, a bill Jefferson probably authored. Jefferson further helped pass a 1782 law allowing emancipation by will or deed, probably at Washington's urging. Washington would subsequently free his slaves upon his death, intending to set an example in death as in life. In 1780, Pennsylvania adopted gradual emancipation and banned further slave imports. Shortly thereafter, Massachusetts wrote a new constitution immediately banning slavery in all forms. By 1787, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut were also free states. Meanwhile, the Northwest Ordinance forbade slavery in the Northwest Territory. By 1804, all states north of the Mason-Dixon line had either outright banned slavery or adopted gradual emancipation laws. The climax of this anti-slavery push came in 1807, when Congress banned the international slave trade effective January 1, 1808, the earliest it was constitutionally allowed to do so. However, there was opposition. Virginia's John Randolph warned during debate that the ban would provide a pretext to eliminate slavery entirely, and predicted that the Union would eventually fracture along slave state versus free state lines. At the time, many scoffed at Randolph's prediction. Slavery was declining. While most of the nation's leaders were slave owners, they had the good sense to be ashamed of it. More importantly, many plantation owners discovered that Washington's economic conclusions were correct and followed his manumission example. However, that decline was reversing. In England, the Industrial Revolution was building steam. A series of inventions had mechanized textile production during the late 18th century, and the industry was rapidly growing. This fueled growing demand for raw material to feed the looms, particularly cotton. Britain already had access to cotton production in India and Egypt, but products from those faraway regions tended to spoil on the long voyage to England. European politics plus Mediterranean trade economics made Egyptian imports expensive, slow, and unreliable. It was much faster, safer, and cheaper to import from America. While the full impact of industrialization wouldn't be felt in Britain until the 1830s, by the late 1810s, Eli Whitney's cotton gin had revolutionized cotton production and subsequently saved American slavery. Once the petty Gulf strain was developed, production exploded. This change saved the finances of the remaining Revolution-era planters, but largely didn't change their attitudes towards slavery. They'd never known slavery as anything but a declining institution and a necessary evil. This revival in their closing years was too little too late. However, their sons and grandsons came to the opposite conclusion. For them, slavery led to great wealth, limitless growth, and economic stability. Every recession and financial crisis in the 19th century passed their plantations by while hammering the North. Thus, they broke with their forefathers and began to actively defend slavery. Gradually, the rhetoric of necessary evil disappeared, ultimately replaced with arguments of slavery being a positive good, frequently with religious tones. While the oldest generation retained power through the early 1820s, tensions were muted. However, by the 1830s, the younger generations began to rapidly raise the temperature. Meanwhile, gradual abolition meant that former slaves needed to be integrated into society. Many whites believed this was impossible and undesirable, and so a different solution was sought. Their thinking was that since emancipated slaves and other free people of color's African ancestors hadn't willingly emigrated to the United States, they'd be happier going to their so-called homelands. The American Colonization Society was founded to, quote-unquote, help African Americans return to Africa. The ACS established the colony of Liberia in 1822, which became an invaluable haven for those rescued from the slave trade. However, only a few thousand African Americans ever emigrated, as most strongly opposed the ACS's mission. With most African Americans having been born and raised in the United States, America was their home, not Africa. At the same time, westward expansion began forcing the slavery issue. The Northwest Ordinance ensured that America's post-revolution territory would ultimately be half slave and half free states, a balance that ensured neither side could force its will on the other. However, that did not extend to the Louisiana Purchase or Oregon Country. In fact, there was absolutely no settlement plan in place for either territory, and Congress had run out of time to make one. In 1818, Missouri petitioned for admittance as a slave state, the first new state west of the Mississippi. This set off a bitter debate in Congress, as it upset the planned balance and finally forced the slavery issue to the forefront. The Democratic-Republican Party began to split along regional lines as Northern Party members objected to extending slavery on moral grounds, while the Southern Party members rejected federal action on slavery on constitutionally guaranteed states' rights. This debate remained deadlocked until Maine petitioned for admittance as a free state in 1820. This enabled Kentucky Senator Henry Clay to broker a compromise. Missouri would enter as a slave state, balanced by Maine entering free. Thereafter, slavery would be allowed in new states south of Missouri's southern border and banned above it. Both sides found this acceptable, as the Western Territory wasn't suitable for plantation farming. However, as the generational changeover began, the compromise would be questioned. While Southerners were pleased that efforts to completely ban slavery in the West failed, their share of the Louisiana Purchase was minuscule compared to the territory designated free. They'd soon question the wisdom of the compromise and look toward territorial acquisition south of the line to fix the imbalance. This would lead to an era of military adventuring known as filibustering, where American mercenaries sought to seize Caribbean islands and Latin American countries to become new slave states. With the compromise in place, slavery moved to the back burner, but regionalist conflict still led to a major blow-up between the states. By 1820, the American Industrial Revolution was in full swing, and the new manufacturers were begging Congress for protection against established and cheaper manufactured goods from England. Concurrently, the western states wanted federal help building needed roads, canals, and other internal infrastructure. Thus, new and stronger protectionist tariffs were floated to raise funds for infrastructure projects. However, southern agricultural exports were heavily affected by tariffs already, leading to vehement southern opposition to more protectionism. Thus, a cabal of southern congressmen concocted a political ploy to permanently defeat protectionism. The Mid-Atlantic and Western congressmen would support any tariff increase, while the South would oppose any tariff. New England was more variable, and thus the target of the ploy. Thus, the cabal drafted the sympathetic Martin Van Buren from New York to draft a tariff bill that was guaranteed to fail by taxing New England's material imports. With Southerners co-sponsoring the bill, they'd appear conciliatory. When New England opposed the bill, the South would withdraw support, killing the bill. New England would take the blame, and any future protectionist tariffs would be dead on arrival thanks to the lesson of this abominable bill. However, the Southern congressmen were horrified when enough New England congressmen and senators accepted that a tariff was better than no tariff and voted it into law. The plot had completely backfired. 1828 was an election year, and President John Quincy Adams from Massachusetts lost to Tennessee's Andrew Jackson. Southerners hoped Jackson would repeal that tariff of abominations, but he refused. The tariff was perfectly constitutional, and he wasn't going to rescue them from their own stupidity. This caused a very public blow-up with Vice President John C. Calhoun from South Carolina, which only served to harden the president's position. The tariff lasted until 1832, and despite predictions, didn't actually crush the Southern economy, as the price of cotton rose faster than the tariff rates. However, nobody likes taxes, and the lost potential profit cut deeply into the planter's psyche. In 1832, tariff rates were reduced, but not to South Carolina's satisfaction, and at Calhoun's urging, a special convention declared that the tariff was unconstitutional and could not be enforced in South Carolina, and the state would secede from the Union if anyone tried. Nullification and secession was first floated in 1798 by Jefferson and James Madison in response to the Alien and Sedition Acts. However, as these ideas flew in the face of the Constitution's Supremacy Clause and fundamentally undermined the concept of central governance, the Supreme Court would gradually rule against most of their arguments. They'd been revived in 1814 over the War of 1812, but its conclusion completely delegitimized both concepts. Calhoun and his allies revived the ideas again to protect their home state's interests. This plan quickly slammed into an immovable object named Andrew Jackson. Despite being a proud Southern slave owner, he was a staunch Unionist and conflated nullification with treason. An enraged Jackson threatened to enforce the tariff by raising an army, leading it to Charleston and personally hanging nullification's supporters. Finding that no other state publicly supported them, and knowing that Jackson never made an idle threat, South Carolina delayed implementation until Henry Clay brokered another compromise with Jackson's approval. On February 25th, Congress passed the Force Bill, enabling Jackson to use military force to enforce the law, alongside the compromise tariff, which would reduce and equalize tariff rates over the next 10 years. With its face saved, South Carolina withdrew its nullification threat. However, Jackson predicted that the tariff was only a pretext, and disunion and Southern Confederacy the real object. The next pretext will be the Negro, or slavery question. Over the next 17 years, the pressure continued to build. Southern politicians used their influence to institute gag rules, preventing congressional debate on slavery, and kept anti-slavery candidates from the presidency. While Northern politicians raged against slave power's domination of politics, their complaints went nowhere. The average non-Cotton Belt American neither knew nor cared enough about slavery to be concerned, so long as it didn't affect them. The horrors of Deep South plantations were obscured by the idyllic image model plantations in the Upper South created. America's Abolition Society's efforts to change this attitude went nowhere. Despite victories like the Amistad decision, abolitionists found themselves on the outs politically, and not just because of slave power. Abolitionist newspapers and speakers were attacked by Northern mobs, not from pro-slavery attitudes but annoyance. Most Northerners weren't keen on black people being equals in society, and they really hated self-righteous lecturing over slavery. Meanwhile, the Western push continued. Texas was annexed in 1845, and the subsequent Mexican-American War won additional territory. Again, the lion's share of the new territory was above the Missouri Compromise line, causing Southern discontent. California's petition to enter the Union as a free state caused this resentment to explode. Southerners objected that Southern California was under the Compromise line, and should therefore be broken off as a slave state. However, California's legislature made it clear that it would not accept any division, and Congress couldn't risk losing California's gold. The South complained about this being grossly unfair to them, and that it threatened the slave-free state balance. Facing another deadlock, Clay stepped in to broker his final grand compromise, using California to help solve a number of issues. The Compromise of 1850 solved Texas's border disputes, created the New Mexico and Utah territories, allowed those two territories to determine for themselves if slavery would be legal, outlawed the slave trade in Washington, D.C., and critically admitted California as a free state in exchange for a new Fugitive Slave Act. Popular sovereignty, as the new territorial policy was called, partially overrode the Missouri Compromise, which had been seen as a victory by both sides. Both territories could potentially become free or slave states. However, that fact was largely lost in the outrage caused by the new Fugitive Slave Act. The current fugitive slave law from 1793 was toothless. Most free states required actual court proceedings before allowing alleged escapees to be extradited, as with any crime. As proof of enslavement was frequently non-existent, few slaves were ever returned. There were no penalties for non-compliance or assisting escaped slaves, so it was impossible to enforce. Therefore, federal officials rarely bothered trying. The compromise finally gave slave owners the stronger law they'd been demanding for decades. Now, federal officials were required to actively hunt down escapees or be heavily fined. There were also financial rewards for bringing in an escaped slave. The only evidence required or allowed was the slave owner's testimony, and the accused wasn't allowed to speak in their defense. Moreover, citizens were required under penalty of fines or imprisonment to report escaping slaves and assist officials in their capture. The act outraged all sectors of Northern society. Northern judges and law enforcement were outraged at the lack of habeas corpus protections. which led to numerous free blacks being kidnapped into slavery. The politicians were angered at their states' rights being trampled, despite Southerners constantly citing states' rights to defend slavery. However, common citizens were the most outraged. Prior to 1850, they were apathetic at best towards slavery. It didn't affect them. The act turned that apathy into righteous indignation and rage. How dare Southerners involve them in their peculiar institution? The more they were forced to learn about slavery, the more they detested it, a process accelerated in 1852 by Uncle Tom's Cabin. The slave owners had barely finished toasting their victory when shocking news of Northern resistance arrived. Vermont effectively nullified the act by requiring a judicial process before extradition of accused slaves, and refused to back down when threatened by President Millard Fillmore. Slave catchers were attacked by mobs, and jails were stormed to free captured slaves. Moreover, juries acquitted anyone tried for aiding escaped slaves. Despite rhetoric painting all Northerners as abolitionist agitators for years, most Southern politicians were aware of abolition's unpopularity. They'd hoped that Northern apathy concealed a secret enthusiasm for slavery, and that the act would push them to support it openly. They could not have been more wrong, and now reality matched their rhetoric. To their horror, the South had created the very opposition they'd always imagined, and had to face an increasingly hostile North. The countdown to the American Civil War began in 1854. Illinois Senator Stephen A. Douglas was apathetic about slavery, but cared deeply about railroads. He wanted a transcontinental railroad, and he wanted Chicago to be its origin. However, Southern senators were blocking all legislation organizing the territory west of Missouri. The Missouri Compromise guaranteed that the remaining unorganized territory would become free states, and that was now anathema. Without organization, there could be no development, and consequently no railway. Therefore, Douglas made a deal. In exchange for organizing Kansas and Nebraska territories, the Missouri Compromise would be replaced by popular sovereignty. However, Douglas didn't realize that the Kansas-Nebraska Act would unleash the 70 years of pent-up tension. Slavery was never going to take root in the Utah or New Mexico territories. Cotton couldn't handle their climates, and the formerly Mexican population of those territories, expanded by the 1853 Gadsden Purchase, was strongly anti-slavery. Similarly, Nebraska was too far north climate-wise, and too near free states, for pro-slavery settlers to claim realistically. Kansas, however, was next to slaveholding Missouri, and potentially more hospitable to plantation agriculture. Both pro-slavery and anti-slavery groups planned to send massive expeditions to settle and claim Kansas. However, organizing them proved prohibitively difficult, and instead, steady trickles of settlers made their way to Kansas. Pro-slavery Missourians were the first to act, establishing the first towns and governments. However, free soilers were arriving in greater and greater numbers, so the pro-slavery settlers made the bold decision to cheat. To that end, armed Missouri residents from border towns began swarming across into Kansas to cast pro-slavery votes before returning home, ensuring that the first territorial legislature and congressional representative would favor slavery. However, the fraud was quickly exposed, and Free Soilers set up their own government in Topeka. The pro-slavery border ruffians responded by aggressively intimidating Free Soil voters, and again fraudulently voted on the new state constitution, sending the pro-slavery Lecompton Constitution to Congress, which the equally pro-slavery President Pierce welcomed. This prompted the Free Soilers to form their own militias and create their own constitutions. With the situation spiraling out of control, the border ruffians moved to open violence. A series of isolated murders were followed by the sacking of Free Soil Lawrence on May 21, 1856. In retaliation, firebrand abolitionist John Brown attacked pro-slavery settlers on Pottawatomie Creek, killing 5. Violence escalated until October, when a new governor managed to broker a truce. However, clashes between anti-slavery Jayhawker militia and pro-slavery bushwhackers continued until 1865. The fallout from the fighting in Kansas caused a major political realignment. Democratic President Pierce was already isolated after his political ineptitude alienated everyone else in the party. His unwavering support for the border ruffians made it worse. Northern and Western Democrats blamed Pierce and other pro-slavery Democrats for the party's hammering in the 1854 midterms. These Western and Northern Democrats began advocating Douglas's moderate position rather than Pierce's overt pro-slavery attitude. Meanwhile, the Whig Party already teetered on collapse over supporting the Fugitive Slave Act. When its leadership also supported the Kansas-Nebraska Act, the anti-slavery wing left the party. In Michigan and Wisconsin, they quickly joined forces with existing anti-slavery third parties and Democrats opposed to slavery's expansion to form the Republican Party. By 1856, the Whigs were gone. As the Republicans gained strength across the North, Southerners began panicking. The Republican platform of defending free soilers in Kansas, preventing slavery in every other territory, and ending slave power's domination of national politics ran counter to everything the South believed in and stood for. The South immediately framed Republicans as literal monsters who threatened their way of life. The temperature continues to rise during the 1856 presidential campaign. The Republicans nominated the explorer and soldier John C. Fremont. After a lengthy convention fight, the Democrats nominated James Buchanan. He was sold to non-Southerners as an experienced diplomat whose conciliatory nature would heal wounds within the party and the nation. However, these were mere obfuscations. Despite his long diplomatic career, Buchanan had never held a decision-making position. In truth, he was a people pleaser who hated confrontation, shirked responsibility, and avoided decision-making. His loyalty to Southern interests won Buchanan the nomination, not his qualities. Despite being Pennsylvanian, Buchanan had long sought to expand U.S. territory and influence in the Caribbean and South America to benefit slavery, and was willing to go along with any pro-slavery demand. This was everything the Southern Democrats wanted in a candidate, to the frustration of the rest of the party. The 1856 election was bitter, as the Deep South threatened to secede if Fremont won. The Democrats campaigned on Fremont being the physical manifestation of Southern fears and the secession threat. Fremont ran on preventing slavery's spread and Pierce's acceptance of the fraudulent pro-slavery government in Kansas. Fear of conflict allowed Buchanan to win handily, but he quickly caused a wildfire. During this time, the United States Supreme Court was dominated by Southerners, most with slaveholding families. A few days before his inauguration, one justice told Buchanan about the upcoming ruling in Dred Scott v. Sanford. As the Southern majority hoped, Buchanan immediately pushed Justice Robert Grier, a fellow Pennsylvanian, to join the majority and allow Chief Justice Robert Taney to issue the sweeping ruling he needed without appearing sectarian. On March 6, 1857, 2 days after Buchanan mentioned it in his inaugural address, Taney released the worst ruling in American legal history. The original pre-Buchanan opinion ruled that Scott had no standing to sue as a slave, and so the court voided the suit. However, Taney also added the sweeping conclusion that only whites were or could be citizens. The Missouri Compromise was unconstitutional, and slavery had to be allowed in the territories. Taney intended this to be the end of the slavery issue, making it a matter of settled law, not a political question. Instead, it was the Civil War's point of no return. The ruling was lauded by the slaveholding states and condemned by everyone else. Northerners seized on Justice Benjamin Curtis's 87-page dissent, which detailed all the case law and American history, clearly showing that black people were and always had been American citizens, evidence Taney deliberately ignored. Furthermore, overturning the Missouri Compromise was so far outside the bounds of Dred Scott's case that the only reason to even consider it was Taney's personal opinion. This was the final straw for Northerners, including a previously obscure one-term congressman named Abraham Lincoln. Republicans and Northern Democrats pointed to Buchanan's improper involvement in the case as proof that slave power would stop at nothing to impose slavery nationwide. They were already using violence to force slavery on Kansas, and now the pro-slavery president had conspired with Southern judicial activists to enshrine it nationally. The North rejected the Dred Scott decision, and support for the Republicans increased, especially as Buchanan did nothing to ease tensions or dispel accusations against himself. The confrontation was now inevitable. The North would not compromise on slavery in the territories. One man wanted that confrontation to be bloody and soon, and that man was none other than John Brown. The firebrand abolitionist had been fighting the bushwhackers in Kansas while leading raids into Missouri to liberate slaves, and was now looking to liberate every slave in America. He planned to seize the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, and use it to arm escaped slaves for a righteous slave rebellion, purging slavery with blood and fire. While he received financial support from prominent abolitionists, there's little evidence his backers knew the full extent of his plan. On October 16, 1859, Brown and 12 followers successfully seized Harper's Ferry. However, no slaves arrived to reinforce him. John had dispatched messengers to nearby plantations, but it's not clear if they actually told anyone to join Brown. Isolated, Brown was quickly surrounded by armed citizens and was captured by Marines, commanded by a certain Colonel Robert E. Lee on October 18th. After that, he was subsequently hanged. As Dred Scott had set the North's will to fight, Harper's Ferry ignited the South's. Brown's plan was the sum of all Southern fears, and the fact that many Northerners called Brown a martyr only confirmed that narrative. Southern minds were now set. If the Republicans ever came to power, it would mean the death of the South. They'd have to fight for slavery and, by extension, their own survival. It was under this cloud that the 1860 presidential campaign began. Lincoln had shown himself to be a moderate during the 1858 Lincoln-Douglas debates and subsequent speeches, and secured the Republican nomination after 3 ballots. It was hoped that his nomination would show Southerners that the Republicans weren't crazed fanatics, while appealing to the average Northerner. Meanwhile, the Democratic convention was in chaos. Douglas was nominated after 59 ballots and a venue change, but only after all Southern delegates stormed out after the convention rejected their plank of extending slavery to all territories, whether they'd voted for it or not. These Southern Democrats formed their own convention and nominated their own candidate, Vice President John Breckinridge. Those disaffected with the Republicans and Democrats nominated a 4th candidate, John Bell. Consequently, and despite more secession threats, Lincoln won the Electoral College handily by winning the plurality of the votes, but not the majority. Throughout the campaign, Lincoln had unambiguously stated that the president didn't have the power to end slavery unilaterally, and he would not touch slavery where it already existed. However, paranoid Southerners refused to believe it. To them, the incoming Republican-controlled Congress was a dagger to slavery's throat. Consequently, frantic slave owners prepared to carry out their secession threat. On December 10th, Buchanan made his final State of the Union address to Congress. He stated that while secession was not constitutional, the federal government lacked the power to prevent it. The South was outraged that he denied secession's legality, and the North was outraged that he intended to do nothing. Meanwhile, Buchanan ignored his Southern-staffed cabinet, supplying secessionists with weapons and money. 10 days later, South Carolina declared secession through an ordinance adopted at a special convention. By February, 6 other states had adopted similar measures, despite internal resistance. On February 8th, Southern leaders drafted a constitution in Montgomery, Alabama, and declared the formation of the Confederate States of America under President Jefferson Davis. Texas Governor Sam Houston, already strongly anti-secession, refused to swear loyalty to the Confederacy and was removed from office. Across the South, forts, arsenals, and other property owned by the federal government were located on federally owned land. However, most were only maintained by a few caretakers. The US Army only totaled 15,000 personnel, most of whom were stationed to protect Western settlers. Taking advantage, secessionist militia seized federal property. Northerners demanded a response, but yet again, Buchanan did nothing. As such, individual officers began taking their own initiative. On January 8, 1861, a secessionist mob attempted to seize Fort Barrancas in Pensacola. The officer on duty, Lieutenant Adam Slemmer, ordered them to disperse and then fired on them. 2 days later, following Florida's secession, his superiors surrendered the naval yard and joined the secessionists. Realizing that Barrancas and Fort McCree were indefensible, Slemmer destroyed all the weapons and supplies that couldn't be moved and retreated to nearby Fort Pickens, whose position was more defensible. Further south, the Navy reinforced its bases in the Florida Keys, while evacuating ships from southern ports. Pickens would be resupplied from there in April, and these forts remained in federal possession throughout the war. However, it would be Charleston Harbor that decided the issue. Charleston was defended by a Federal arsenal, and a number of fortifications were commanded by Major Robert Anderson in Fort Moultrie. The War Department had ordered all garrisons to hold position and defend themselves if attacked, but Moultrie wasn't designed to defend against a landward assault. On December 26th, Anderson abandoned Moultrie for the more defensible Fort Sumter in the middle of the harbor. The next day, South Carolina militias seized Castle Pinckney. Moultrie and other fortifications were captured, alongside the arsenal on the 28th, placing Anderson in an undeclared siege. Buchanan refused to cede or to overtly support Sumter. Instead, he dispatched the civilian steamer Star of the West to reinforce and resupply Anderson on January 9th. Anderson didn't know about Star's mission until the rebel batteries fired on it. By the time he was ready to provide covering fire, Star had fled. Having made a half-hearted attempt, Buchanan decided Sumter was Lincoln's problem. Following rumored assassination plots in Baltimore, Lincoln snuck into D.C. for his March 4th inauguration. In his inaugural address, Lincoln pledged to defend federal property, reiterated that he would not interfere with slavery in the South, and promised not to fire the first shot. Davis had created a provisional Confederate army on February 28th and dispatched P.G.T. Beauregard to take command in Charleston. On March 6th, he called for 100,000 volunteers to defend the Confederacy. The two sides attempted to negotiate, but their positions were irreconcilable. Lincoln would not recognize the Confederacy, they would not back off on Fort Sumter. Consequently, Lincoln began arranging for another, more secretive supply mission. Confederate spies reported this to Davis, who authorized Beauregard to reduce Sumter if Anderson wouldn't surrender. The ultimatum was refused on April 11th, and at 04:30 on April 12th, the bombardment began. The two sides exchanged ineffective fire until 1400 on April 14th, when Anderson ran out of ammunition and surrendered. This heroic defense stirred the patriotism of the North. The Union was under threat by rebels who'd fired the first shot. The next day, Lincoln declared the South to be in open rebellion and called for 75,000 volunteers to serve for 90 days to put it down. Upper South secessionists used this as an excuse to reopen secession, and 4 more states joined the Confederacy. Virginia's secession doubled Confederate industrial capacity and significantly increased its manpower. But its secession wasn't wholehearted. Its Appalachian counties were strongly Unionist and detested the Tidewater slaveholders. Consequently, the Unionists established a rival government in Wheeling. To solidify Confederate control, the capital was moved from Montgomery to Richmond on May 29th. Meanwhile, many existing federal and state regiments were marching towards Washington, while volunteers rushed to recruiting stations. This caused Maryland secessionists to panic, and on April 19th, a Baltimore mob attacked regiments moving through the city. In response, Lincoln ordered Baltimore occupied, habeas corpus suspended, and anyone with proven or suspected secessionist ties arrested. Maryland wouldn't be given the chance to secede. Simultaneously, George McClellan led Ohio volunteers to support the Wheeling government and successfully retake Western Virginia. Lincoln believed that the rest of the South was like the Western Virginians, and once federal troops appeared and defeated the rebels, they'd return to the Union. Davis likewise assumed that the North would give up once the actual fighting started. By July, about 35,000 soldiers were camped around Washington, the largest army ever assembled in North America. However, its training, equipment, and discipline were so poor, its commander, Brigadier General Irvin McDowell, considered it more mob than army. However, he had no time to fix these problems before their 90-day enlistments started expiring. Besides, everyone knew that the war would be over with one decisive battle. Pushed by Lincoln and expiring enlistments, McDowell moved to attack Beauregard's 21,000 men camped near Manassas Junction on July 16th. His plan called for 3 columns to distract, pin, and finally flank the rebels, crushing them before driving on Richmond, ending the war. A separate column of 18,000 was to pin Joseph Johnston's 10,000 men in the Shenandoah Valley. McDowell planned to march swiftly and strike Beauregard by July 18th, an easy task for the regulars he was used to commanding. However, his minimally trained volunteers meandered rather than marched, frequently falling out to forage or refill their canteens. It took 2 solid days of marching to reach Centerville, 25 miles from Washington. Beauregard took the opportunity to build a fortified line behind Bull Run. McDowell probed Beauregard's right flank at Blackburn's Ford, but got nowhere, and he began looking for options to flank Beauregard's prepared defenses, while letting his troops rest. Realizing that McDowell had the numbers to pin and then flank him, Beauregard sent a telegram to Johnston requesting reinforcement. Johnston agreed, and to keep the Federals from following him, he had his 300 cavalry under Colonel J.E.B. Stuart screen his movements while making a series of feints to cover his march out of Winchester. Stuart was so effective that Johnston wasn't missed for 2 days as he marched for the nearest railway station to join Beauregard. McDowell continued looking for a viable flanking route without success. Rumors that Johnston had escaped the valley made his frustration worse. This was McDowell's first field command, having spent his regular army career in staff and administrative positions. Running out of time, patience, and ideas, he finally decided to attack on July 21st. One division would attack the Stone Bridge and Blackburn's Ford to draw Confederate attention. 2 more divisions would outflank the Confederate left via Sudley Springs Ford and roll them up from the rear. McDowell's 2 remaining divisions were kept in reserve. He suspected, but didn't know, that Johnston's force had arrived by July 20th and was primarily posted to defend Blackburn's Ford. As a senior officer, Johnston authorized Beauregard to attack McDowell's left flank on July 21st. Had both plans been simultaneously executed, the battle would have seen both armies essentially switch places, but Beauregard's attack never happened. Instead, McDowell's flanking maneuver began at 02:30. The plan proved to be too complicated for the untrained volunteers and officers. The Distraction Division blocked the assault force's advance, and it took until 0500 to untangle everyone. The brigades attacking Stone Bridge were in position by 0600. Still, the assault force didn't start crossing Bull Run until 0930. At the opposite end of the line, the Union Brigade at Blackburn's Ford began its distraction on schedule with an artillery bombardment at 0515, hitting Beauregard's headquarters in Wilmer McLean's house and interrupting his breakfast. Beauregard ordered a pinning attack, but his staff miscommunicated them. The orders Beauregard gave directed Richard Ewell's brigade to lead the attack, but the orders Ewell received were just to prepare to attack. A few units moved forward, but the Confederate right was otherwise immobile. Only 1,100 troops defended the Confederate left, as the flanking attack finally got underway at 1000. Realizing that the brigade to their front was fainting, the Confederates redeployed to Matthews Hill and launched a spoiling attack against the Union vanguard, commanded by Ambrose Burnside, keeping him from crossing Bull Run until reinforcements arrived. The now 3,800-strong force slowed the Union advance until William T. Sherman took the initiative to swing around the Confederate right flank, collapsing the line, and leading the rebels to flee towards Henry House Hill at 11:30. Rather than press the advantage, McDowell tried to bombard the Confederates off the hill, while reorganizing his mob. Johnston and Beauregard instead used the time to reorganize and bring up reinforcements. At 1200, the Federals advanced again, and the Confederates began to break, except for the Virginia Brigade. An eccentric professor at Virginia Military Institute, Thomas J. Jackson was a notorious martinet, which didn't endear him to the cadets, but was paying off now. His insistence on rigorous discipline and constant drill had turned his volunteers into true soldiers. Deployed on Henry Hill's reverse slope to shield them from fire, Jackson's troops repelled repeated Union attacks until the Confederates regrouped. This stand earned Jackson the nickname Stonewall Jackson, though the reasons for it are disputed. The Union attack faltered, and Jackson led a counterattack, which drove the Federals back at 1500. The last of Johnston's troops arrived from Shenandoah at 1600, finally forcing the Federals to give up Henry House Hill. The Federal soldiers retreated towards Centerville of their own volition, ignoring McDowell's attempt to rally them. McDowell's army retreated in good order until a wagon overturned and blocked Cup Creek Run Bridge. Panic spread through the army, probably started by the numerous civilians picnicking while watching the battle, and didn't stop routing until it reached Washington. The rebels didn't pursue it, as they didn't realize they'd won the battle. Of the 70,000 soldiers in the area, only 36,000 had engaged, suffering 4,700 total casualties. Both sides finally realized this war would be far harder and costlier than anticipated. Only the states of the Deep South, whose economies were entirely dependent on the slavery-driven cotton trade, plus Texas, seceded from the Union prior to Fort Sumter. While most Upper South states held votes on secession, their more mixed economies, internal divisions, and stronger ties to free states diluted the slaveholders' fears enough to defeat secession. These states seceded after President Lincoln called for volunteers, either because public opinion shifted towards secession, as happened in Tennessee, or because secessionists manipulated the vote, as in Virginia. The northernmost slaveholding states, known as border states, remained in the Union despite local secession efforts and Confederate lobbying. Delaware was the second state to hold a secession vote, but it was rejected unanimously. Its Governor Burton stated that as Delaware was the first state to enter the Union, it would be the last to leave. Meanwhile, Lincoln's post-Baltimore riot crackdown destroyed Maryland's secessionists. Missouri and Kentucky were far more delicate. Both were among the most populated and wealthy states, with strongly mixed loyalties. They'd been initially settled as slave states, but waves of immigration and changing economics caused slavery's importance to decline, especially in Missouri. Their loyalties were almost perfectly split. As the secession crisis began, Missouri's outgoing Governor Robert Stewart advocated neutrality, remaining in the Union but refusing to materially aid either side, and committing state troops to repel any invasion. Incoming Governor Claiborne Jackson claimed he'd reaffirm Stewart's policy. However, his inaugural address on January 3, 1861, made clear that his sympathies lay with the Confederacy. Shortly after taking office, he and the pro-Southern legislature further revealed their secessionist inclinations by calling for a constitutional convention to reconsider Missouri's relationship with the federal government, a clear euphemism for secession. However, on March 19th, the convention voted 89-1 against secession. Despite Missouri furnishing most of the pro-slavery border ruffians and bushwhackers during Bleeding Kansas, the public strongly favored neutrality and had overwhelmingly elected Unionists to the convention. Shocked and frustrated, Jackson and his allies were undeterred, opening covert diplomatic channels to Jefferson Davis. Jackson's public and forceful rejection of Lincoln's call for troops signaled Missouri's secessionists to take action. On April 20th, a pro-secession mob seized 1,000 small arms from the Liberty Arsenal as Jackson prepared to coup the state into the Confederacy. The only obstacle was the St. Louis Arsenal. Its thick walls and federal garrison made it perilous to take by storm or subversion. Therefore, Jackson petitioned Davis for heavy artillery to breach the walls, which Davis granted. While Jackson couldn't simply take control of the state militia, he could call up part of it for training. On May 1st, he assembled the most pro-secession units for maneuvers about 4.5 miles from the arsenal, at the imaginatively named Camp Jackson. They hoped to either intimidate the Union garrison into evacuating or drive them out once the cannons arrived. Opposing Jackson was Captain Nathaniel Lyon. Lyon had developed a reputation for ruthless brutality fighting Indians in California and a burning hatred of slavery while stationed in Kansas. Lyon's friend, Congressman Francis Blair, arranged his company's transfer to St. Louis in March so Lyon could protect the arsenal not only from Jackson but from the Department of the West commander, Brigadier General William Harney. Harney was a proven incompetent who was only a general thanks to his friends in the Southern political elite. These friends had also protected him during multiple court-martials and civil trials. Blair and Lyon believed that if Harney didn't join the secessionists, he'd bungle Missouri into their hands. Harney quickly justified the paranoia. Harney thwarted Lyon's efforts to strengthen the arsenal's defenses, fearing it would provoke secessionist violence. Therefore, Blair was intrigued first to get Lyon appointed commander of the arsenal, then get Harney recalled to Washington. Once command defaulted to Lyon, he swiftly moved to covertly arm the Wide Awakes, a Republican youth organization. On April 23rd, the War Department formally ordered Lyon to take command, raise volunteers, and evacuate the weapons stockpile to Illinois. Lyon swiftly and covertly enlisted his paramilitaries and armed other militias. Jackson hadn't fooled anyone about his plans, and Lyon was determined to strike first. Learning of increased activity in Camp Jackson the night of May 8th, Lyon disguised himself and snuck in the following morning. There he discovered the Confederate artillery that had arrived the night before, plus rifles stolen from Liberty. Camp chatter indicated that Jackson intended to attack soon. Therefore, Lyon moved before dawn on May 10th and surrounded Camp Jackson with 6,000 regular soldiers and volunteers. The 669 militia surrendered without a fight. After securing the weapons and cannons, Lyon decided to march the prisoners back to the arsenal through the streets of St. Louis as a show of force. However, an angry mob gathered and started hurling insults and rocks at the column. What precisely happened is disputed, but the soldiers opened fire, killing 28. Rioting ensued and martial law was declared. In response, Jackson's legislative allies formed the Missouri State Guard, commanded by former Governor Sterling Price. Officially, the State Guard was supposed to oppose both Union and Confederate forces. However, Price was already coordinating with Arkansas Confederates to occupy southern Missouri. Harney returned and on May 21st negotiated a truce which amounted to restricting federal authority to St. Louis. This immediately led to Unionists being driven from their homes, who began forming their own Home Guard militia. Blair convinced Lincoln to replace Harney with Lyon on May 30th in retaliation. Price, Jackson, and now Brigadier General Lyon met on June 11th, ostensibly to discuss the truce. Instead, Jackson made clear that he intended to ignore federal authority and disarm the Home Guard, while allowing anti-Unionist activity to continue. Lyon berated Jackson before declaring, "This means war." Lyon gave Jackson and Price precisely 1 hour to depart by rail before loading his troops onto steamships bound for the capital of Jefferson City. Jackson and the legislature immediately fled southwards, while Price tried to concentrate the State Guard. Lyon seized Jefferson City on June 15th before following Jackson. On the 17th, he attacked and scattered State Guard units near Boonville, forcing Price to abandon northern and central Missouri. Lyon spent June and July securing central Missouri and gathering reinforcements near Springfield, particularly German immigrants eager to serve under Colonel Franz Sigel. A series of skirmishes pulled Price into southwest Missouri, where Confederate troops under Benjamin McCulloch reinforced him. The two marched to attack Lyon while bickering over who commanded whom, but again Lyon struck first. The rebel vanguard was repulsed near Doug Springs, but Lyon discovered he was outnumbered 12,000 to 6,000 and fell back on Springfield. Price wanted to immediately attack, but McCulloch refused due to ammunition shortages and lack of faith in Price's abilities. After Price threatened to attack alone, McCulloch agreed to attack at dawn on August 10th, but heavy rain on August 9th made him cancel. However, Lyon's volunteers' 90-day enlistments were nearly up, and he hoped a surprise attack would do sufficient damage to prevent a rebel pursuit once he had to retreat to St. Louis for reinforcements. Leaving a garrison in Springfield, Lyon would take the main body and attack the rebel camp along Wilson's Creek from the north, while Sigel's 1,200 troops flanked from the south after a night march. At dawn, Lyon overran the surprised rebel camp. Shortly thereafter, Sigel's artillery scattered Confederate cavalry guarding the camp's rear, and he advanced across the creek. However, McCulloch's artillery halted Lyon's advance long enough for Price's infantry to form up. Lyon's position became known as Bloody Hill, as Price ordered first frontal then flanking attacks, which failed due to a lack of ammunition. Meanwhile, Sigel lost contact with Lyon and his men were exhausted, so he paused past Sharp's farm to reorient and rest. This gave McCulloch time to organize a counterattack, led by the 3rd Louisiana, who wore the same grey uniforms as the 1st Iowa Volunteers, one of Lyon's units. This misidentification allowed them to march unmolested to Sigel's line and fire point-blank into the flank, immediately routing Sigel's brigade. Lyon had been wounded twice while personally directing his troops. With Sigel routed, the full Confederate force turned on him. Heavily outnumbered, the Federal forces continued to repel attacks until Lyon was shot through the heart while preparing a counterattack. Major Sturgis took command, repelled another attack, then ordered a retreat to Rolla before being overwhelmed. The Union suffered 1,317 casualties to 1,232 Confederate. Price wanted to immediately pursue, but it was impossible due to the scattered cavalry and exhausted infantry. After days of arguing, McCulloch decided that his supply situation and conflicts with Price were too severe to remain, and he returned to Arkansas while Price lethargically marched northward, ironically fulfilling the late Lyon's strategic goal. Across the Mississippi in Kentucky, the birth state of both Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis held strong ties to both the North and South. Consequently, Kentucky Governor Beriah Magoffin and the General Assembly declared neutrality on May 20th, and unlike Jackson, actually meant it. Magoffin repeatedly refused to send help to either side, offered to mediate the conflict, and interfered in both sides' recruitment efforts. Initially, both Lincoln and Davis respected Kentucky's neutrality. The former was terrified that Kentucky's secession would make the North's strategic position untenable and instantly lose them the war. The latter was influenced by Tennessee Governor Isham Harris, whose northern border was indefensible. If federal gunboats entered the Tennessee or Cumberland rivers, all of northern Tennessee, including Nashville, would be too isolated to defend. Kentucky was his only shield, but only as long as it stayed non-hostile. However, neutrality couldn't last. Union recruiting camps were set up across the border in Ohio and Indiana. The Confederates built Forts Henry and Donelson across the border on the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, while stationing troops yards from the border in the Cumberland Gap. Attempts to reorganize the state military to enforce neutrality just led to a secessionist state guard and Unionist home guard forming. Peace survived the summer, but the August 5th legislative election returned veto-proof Unionist majorities in both houses. Public sentiment had shifted strongly against secession, though it wasn't pro-war. Immediately thereafter, a Union recruiting station opened up in central Kentucky and Confederate volunteers began massing near Guthrie. All that was missing was a final push. That push came from Major General John Fremont, who superseded Lyon as department commander on July 25th. Fremont was a military explorer, vocal abolitionist, and a failed presidential candidate who struggled to control the chaos in Missouri. On August 30th, he declared martial law throughout the state to enforce order. Tucked into the declaration was a clause emancipating rebel-held slaves. The uproar in Kentucky was so great that Lincoln feared it would drive the state to secede, and repudiated the declaration. In response, Fremont ordered the Union commander in Cairo, Brigadier General Ulysses S. Grant, to prepare to occupy Columbus. However, the Confederacy acted first. Former Episcopalian bishop turned Major General Leonidas Polk had convinced himself that Columbus needed to be occupied and fortified immediately, a decision helped by Columbus being the center of Kentucky secessionism. Seeing increased Union activity in Cairo and probably unaware of Fremont's plans, Polk occupied Columbus on September 4th and began building a fortress he called Gibraltar of the West on the Mississippi River. Grant informed Fremont and occupied Paducah bloodlessly on September 6th. Magoffin immediately protested to both governments, while Harris and Department Commander General Albert Johnston protested to Richmond. Davis had promised Magoffin and Harris only days before that the Confederacy would never violate Kentucky's neutrality. However, Davis accepted Polk's claims that the necessity justified the action, to Johnston's horror. Instead of defending a narrow line along Tennessee's western border, he now had to hold a line from Columbus through Bowling Green to the Cumberland Gap. If the Federals found any gap in that line, Kentucky, and with it Nashville, were indefensible. Polk's impetuousness was a strategic disaster, especially once the pro-Union Assembly overrode Magoffin's vetoes and welcomed Union intervention. Meanwhile, Price had failed to retake Missouri. Despite being unopposed, thanks to chaos and inefficiency in Fremont's headquarters, Price's northern march was lethargic at best. His only real success was capturing Lexington after a week-long siege. In July, the Constitutional Convention reconvened in Jefferson City and declared itself Missouri's government, as Jackson's government had effectively vacated their posts. While the legislature had reconvened in Neosho, it was powerless, and many legislators were abandoning Jackson. Worse, Fremont finally advanced out of St. Louis on September 26th with overwhelming numbers, and Price rapidly retreated south, abandoning all his summer gains. Shortly before fleeing Missouri, Jackson's government voted for secession on October 28th, despite not having that power and likely lacking a quorum, which was necessary for legal legitimacy. However, Davis ignored the legal questions and added Missouri's star to the Confederate flag. Meanwhile, pro-secession Kentucky politicians met in Bowling Green and declared Kentucky's secession and themselves as its government on November 18th. The move was so clearly illegitimate that Johnston didn't acknowledge them until Davis ordered him to, so the Confederate flag could add a 13th star. Both border states' populations largely ignored the secession declarations, but in truth, their fate would be decided by military force in their southern neighbors. Johnston was increasingly convinced that Kentucky was already lost, as Don Carlos Buell's growing army in Lexington alone outnumbered his department. Worse, his subordinates were liabilities. Polk only reluctantly followed orders and quarreled about everything, but couldn't be removed due to his political connections. Several of Davis's other political generals lost battles to Colonel James Garfield and Brigadier George Thomas in eastern Kentucky. Confederate Kentucky was already crumbling. In the Union camp, Lincoln removed Fremont from department command and replaced him with Henry Halleck in October. Officially, Fremont was removed for severe financial mismanagement, indistinguishable from rampant corruption. Unofficially, Fremont needed punishing to placate pro-slavery Unionists. Halleck was an able administrator and scholar who quickly fixed Fremont's mess. However, per orders from General-in-Chief George McClellan, he held off on offensive action until all commands were ready. However, Grant and Flag Officer Andrew Foote of the Western Gunboat Flotilla convinced him that Fort Henry was vulnerable and were allowed to attack in February. The plan was for Grant's 2 divisions to surround Fort Henry, while Foote covered them. However, it had been constructed in the Tennessee River's floodplain and was half under water when Foote arrived with 4 City-class ironclads and 3 timber-clad gunboats on February 6th. Most of the garrison retreated to nearby Fort Donelson, leaving a token force to man the guns, who surrendered after a 75-minute bombardment. Grant occupied the fort a few hours later. When word reached Johnston, he knew Kentucky was lost. With Federals behind and in front of him, he'd be trapped in Bowling Green if either advanced. Therefore, he ordered a retreat to Nashville before the trap closed. Fort Donelson was heavily reinforced. If it fell, Nashville was also lost. Grant intended to move against Donelson immediately in case Halleck recalled him, but heavy rains submerged Henry and made the roads impassable. Instead, Foote launched a raid down the Tennessee, while Grant waited for reinforcements and better weather. Fort Donelson sat above the Cumberland on cliffs and was protected by about 16,000 infantry and 700 cavalry. However, the senior officer was Brigadier General John Floyd, whose only military experience was as James Buchanan's Secretary of War. Having no idea what he was doing, Floyd largely deferred to Brigadier General Gideon Pillow, who had demonstrated military mediocrity in Mexico. The only competent officers were the junior Brigadier General Simon Bolivar Buckner and Cavalry Colonel Nathan Forrest. Grant finally started moving on February 12th with 15,000 men. Forrest detected the march and warned Floyd. The Confederates were spread in a wide ring of trenches outside the fort as Grant arrived. Grant placed his largest division to block Pillow's troops in Dover, while his other division faced the fort. Some light skirmishing broke out on the 13th, and Foote tested the defences with 1 ship. Grant was waiting for Foote and additional reinforcements to arrive, while Floyd didn't know what to do and didn't know what advice to listen to. On February 14th, Foote arrived with 10,000 reinforcements, bringing Grant's strength to 25,000. Floyd finally called a war council at 1100 and concluded that Fort Donelson wasn't defensible. Pillow was ordered to prepare a breakout before evacuating to Nashville. However, the attack faltered when Pillow lost his nerve once Grant counterattacked. Sensing the rebels' fear, Grant asked Foote to attack, hoping to repeat Fort Henry. Foote engaged at 1500, but his gunboat's decks were unarmored and helpless against plunging fire from the fort, and a wounded Foote retreated at 1630. That night, Grant decided to prepare a proper siege, while Buckner advised another breakout attempt. Freezing rain kept Grant's troops awake, so the dawn attack didn't surprise them. However, Grant had left to confer with Foote, thinking another breakout was impossible, and hadn't designated a second-in-command. A flank attack by Forrest's troopers, combined with a frontal attack by Pillow's infantry, pushed back the Union flank along Lick Creek. However, confusion reigned in the Confederate camp, and the attacks were uncoordinated, as the generals argued amongst themselves. Still, by 1230, the escape route was open. Grant learned of the situation around 1200, after asking Foote to launch a long-range bombardment to confuse the Confederates and encourage his men. He arrived on the scene shortly after Confederate attacks petered out. Correctly surmising that they were preparing to retreat, he reorganized his troops to counterattack, only for Pillow to withdraw back to his starting positions. He believed that his men needed to rest and resupply before attempting the escape, to Floyd and Buckner's horror. This enabled Grant's counterattack to regain all the lost ground and pin them more tightly into the fort, preventing escape. During the night, the Confederates concluded that their position was hopeless. Fearing federal retribution, Floyd passed command to Pillow, who passed command to Buckner. Pillow escaped during the night on a rowboat, while Floyd loaded his staff and Virginia regiments into the last steamer and fled to Nashville, while Buckner agreed to surrender the remaining 13,000 troops. However, Forrest and his cavalry escaped through a gap in the Union lines. Buckner and Grant were West Point friends, and Buckner hoped that would yield generous surrender terms. However, Grant would only offer unconditional surrender, which Buckner begrudgingly accepted. Fort Donelson was the first major Union land victory, and the nation was euphoric. Grant was hailed as a hero for demanding unconditional surrender, just like his first initials. Lincoln took notice and promoted him to Major General. Johnston evacuated Nashville for Corinth, Mississippi. Meanwhile, overwhelming federal numbers in Missouri forced Price to withdraw towards Arkansas continually. In December, Halleck tasked Brigadier Samuel Curtis's Army of the Southwest with finishing him off. Price retreated into Arkansas to avoid being trapped in Springfield in February, leaving a handful of scattered state guard and bushwhacker companies as the only Confederate presence in Missouri. Curtis almost caught Price in a series of skirmishes along the Wire Road before Price reached the Boston Mountains, but stretched supply lines compelled Curtis to rest his 10,500 soldiers along Little Sugar Creek. Price linked back up with McCulloch near Fayetteville, and they immediately resumed their bickering. To stop them, Davis created the Trans-Mississippi Department, placing Earl Van Dorn in charge. Van Dorn arrived in late February, taking command of 15,000 Confederate and State Guard troops, plus 800 mostly Cherokee Indian cavalry. The tribes of the Indian Territory had little love for the Federals, and many were slaveholders, making them allies of the Confederacy. Van Dorn decided to attack and trap the outnumbered Curtis. Audaciously, he planned to swing around Curtis and cut his supply and communication lines before attacking his rear. Speed was key to the operation, so Van Dorn separated from his supply train and ordered his soldiers to carry only 40 rounds of ammunition, 3 days' rations, and a blanket. The forced march began in freezing rain on March 4th. Curtis learned of Van Dorn's advance on March 5th. His divisions were out foraging when orders came to reconcentrate. About 400 men were too far west to return, and Sigel returned from Bentonville so slowly that he and his rearguard should have been captured March 6th, but the Confederate cavalry took the wrong road and missed their chance. Curtis placed his 4 divisions on the bluffs north of Little Sugar Creek, expecting Van Dorn to attack from the south. Additionally, trees were felled along the Bentonville detour as a precaution. This was fortunate, as the detour along Pease Ridge Plateau was Van Dorn's route to Curtis's rear at Elkhorn Tavern. The obstructions plus exhaustion prevented him from reaching Elkhorn by daylight on March 7th. To speed up the march, he split the army. He and Price would continue on the detour, while McCulloch used Ford Road to reach Elkhorn. Federal patrols noticed the Confederates on the detour, but didn't know if it was the main body. Curtis dispatched Dodge's brigade to Elkhorn and Osterhaus's brigade to Leetown to reconnoiter. First contact came at 0930, when Price's vanguard encountered Union scouts north of Elkhorn. The rest of Carr's division hurried to support Dodge, but rather than use his numerical advantage, Van Dorn waited to deploy in a line fully. Carr sent his advance brigade forward, and the counterattack temporarily halted Price's advance. However, Price's superior numbers let him outflank Carr, who blocked the effort with his remaining brigades but was steadily pushed back. At 11:30, Osterhaus discovered McCulloch's troops nearing his position. His cavalry company immediately attacked to stall McCulloch, and Osterhaus warned Curtis, who dispatched Colonel Jefferson C. Davis's division. The Federal cavalry was scattered by 3,000 Confederate cavalry, and the Cherokee overran several infantry companies before being routed by artillery fire. McCulloch was killed by a Union sharpshooter as he led the infantry attack. His replacement was killed shortly thereafter, and his replacement was captured. as the attack faltered amid the command confusion. Davis arrived and halted the attack, which caused the confused Confederates to collapse at 15:30. Some units retreated east to link up with Van Dorn and Price, others retreated the way they came, and a few were left behind and kept fighting until nightfall. Van Dorn learned about the fighting in Leetown around 1400. Realizing that the rendezvous wouldn't happen, he ordered more aggressive attacks on Carr's division. Curtis and his 2nd Division arrived and helped Carr halt Price in Ruddock's Field at 18:30. During the night, parts of McCulloch's division linked up with Van Dorn. The supply train was supposed to arrive too, having travelled by another road, but it went to the wrong location. Nearly out of ammunition and food, Van Dorn hoped that Curtis would retreat in the morning, letting him claim victory. Instead, Curtis concentrated his forces south of Elkhorn and attacked, with Sigel's unengaged division leading. The Confederates were in headlong retreat by 1100. Curtis reported 1,384 casualties, while Van Dorn suffered around 2,000, while claiming he wasn't defeated, but failed in his intentions. Regardless, he was ordered to abandon both Missouri and northern Arkansas and cross the Mississippi to help defend Corinth. Many of Price's state guard deserted, and no serious effort was made to retake Missouri until 1864. The border states had been secured for the Union. Meanwhile, the war in the far west began and ended before the main theater's 1862 campaigns began. In mid-1861, Brigadier General Henry Sibley proposed to take his brigade of Texas Mounted Infantry into New Mexico, capture Santa Fe, march north to take Fort Union, then conquer everything north to Fort Laramie. He'd then conquer northern Mexico, either through invasion or diplomacy, and advance on California. While Jefferson Davis found the plan outlandish, he approved it for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was a low-risk, high-reward opportunity. Sibley didn't ask for additional resources for his campaign. Any supply line to Texas would be too long and vulnerable to be useful. Instead, he'd supply his campaign by capturing federal caches. He'd been a regular army captain in New Mexico before the war. He knew that while the numerous army posts were well supplied, they'd been severely under-garrisoned even before troops were recalled to defend Washington, D.C. at the start of the war. If Sibley succeeded, then Colorado's gold and silver mines would refill the already depleted Confederate treasury. Best case scenario, he'd capture California's Pacific ports, enabling the Confederacy to evade the Union blockade, all without costing Richmond anything. Secondly, he'd have local allies. The New Mexico Territory had its own secessionist movement. Santa Fe had been the territorial capital of New Mexico since its establishment by Spain. Still, it had never actually governed more than the territory north to Taos Pueblo and south to Albuquerque, even as the Spanish and the then Mexican governments constantly shifted New Mexico's territorial borders. Following the Mexican-American War, Santa Fe became the capital of the US New Mexico Territory. Expected to actually govern its entire territory for the first time, it proved unable to control anything outside the Rio Grande Valley. The rugged territory devoid of railways or telegraphs was too large to manage, even before the 1854 Gadsden Purchase. In 1856, the territorial government recommended that New Mexico be divided along the 32nd Washington Meridian. However, Congress was too focused on bleeding Kansas to take action. The residents of southern New Mexico wanted a different division. The people, particularly the town of Tucson, resented Santa Fe's inability to govern or protect them from Apache and Navajo raids. Additionally, southern New Mexico had always been culturally and economically distinct from Santa Fe, and the gap had grown since the US conquest. Pro-slavery Southerners, primarily Texans, had arrived hoping to solidify New Mexico as a new slave state, which was not going well. The existing Hispanic residents were strongly anti-slavery. While cotton was native and had been cultivated in the Salt and Gila River valleys for 1,500 years, the local strains didn't grow well in Southern-style plantations. Additionally, it was prohibitively expensive to export cotton or import slaves, and the nascent plantations struggled as a result. However, the hope hadn't died, and these southern transplants wanted to split the cotton-growing region off instead, proposing division along the 34th parallel north. Insulted by Congress's inattention, a convention was called in Tucson to declare the formation of the Arizona Territory in early 1860. This unrecognized government was allowed to exist in Mesilla because everyone else was focused on the Secession crisis. After the Bascom affair reignited the Apache Wars, just as US Army regulars were being withdrawn and the Butterfield stagecoach line stopped mail service in March 1861, the apparently abandoned Arizonans moved to join the Confederacy. A secession ordinance was passed on March 16th. In July, Lieutenant Colonel John Baylor's battalion of the 2nd Texas Mounted Rifles arrived to secure Mesilla for the Confederacy, creating the Confederate Territory of Arizona. The federal garrison at Fort Fillmore tried to intervene, but was defeated and captured, though not before it destroyed the fort and its supplies. Davis ordered Sibley to first link up with Baylor, then invade New Mexico. His Mexican ambitions were never officially acknowledged. After assembling his men in San Antonio in November 1861, Sibley marched his 2,500 men in 3 regiments with 2 batteries of mountain howitzers along the Rio Grande to Fort Bliss, and arrived in Mesilla on December 20th. Immediately thereafter, he dispatched a company to Tucson and issued a general proclamation to the New Mexicans, ordering them to join the Confederacy or face the consequences. He further promised to pay for all supplies his army needed, a promise his men immediately broke by openly looting. Consequently, the New Mexicans weren't welcoming. After raising additional Arizona volunteers, Sibley marched north in late January. Department of New Mexico Commander Colonel Edward Canby was watching Sibley's movements, but he didn't know Sibley's strength or intentions. However, Sibley's first target was Fort Craig, and the strategic goal was Fort Union. The former controlled the only invasion route to Santa Fe, as well as the supply and communication route back to Texas. The latter controlled the routes into Colorado, and was the department's primary supply cache. Canby knew that local sources couldn't supply an army. Sibley had to take both forts with their supply caches intact or starve. Thereby Canby consolidated his regulars at the 2 forts, supplemented by New Mexico and Colorado volunteers, whom neither Canby nor Sibley regarded highly. Sibley arrived outside of Fort Craig on February 16th to find Canby waiting for him with 1,200 regulars, 2,100 volunteers, and 6 cannons. Another 500 New Mexican militia garrisoned Fort Craig. Sibley's 2,500 men held position, hoping that Canby would attack him on favorable ground. However, Canby knew Sibley was short on supplies, and there wasn't any forage for men or horses during the desert winter. He'd happily let Sibley starve rather than fight. Sibley realized this on February 18th and decided to flank around the mesas and ford the Rio Grande near Valverde, cutting Canby's communications with Santa Fe and forcing him to attack. However, Canby anticipated the move and repositioned to hold the river. Forced to camp on heights across from Fort Craig without fresh water and with only a week's rations remaining, Sibley resolved to attack. Just before midnight on February 20th, Union Captain James Graydon tied lit gunpowder barrels to 2 mules and sent them towards the Confederate camp, intending to destroy picket posts and disrupt the camp. However, the loyal Army mules simply trotted back to camp before exploding in the Union camp. Only the unfortunate mules were harmed, but the rockers caused a Confederate herd of beef cattle and reserve horses to stampede into the Union camp, where they were captured, worsening Sibley's supply situation and ruining everyone's sleep. Early that morning, Major Charles Pyron's battalion from the 2nd Texas approached Valverde Ford to find it blocked by dismounted Federal regular cavalry, with the 5th New Mexico Volunteers and artillery marching to support them. The Texans called for reinforcements and took a defensive position in the old riverbed. Despite superior numbers and weaponry, the Federals simply kept the Texans pinned rather than driving them off. This was consistent with current doctrine, but the artillery and infantry deployed on the west bank, rather than moving to aid the cavalry on the east bank. Colonel William Scurry's 4th Texas soon arrived and brought the Confederate artillery, but it couldn't match the range and power of the Union guns on the west bank. As skirmishing continued, Canby brought up the rest of the volunteers and regulars, while Sibley sent the rest of his brigade forward under Colonel Thomas Green. Officially, Sibley was too sick to take command personally, but it was and still is widely believed that he was actually too drunk to command. Around 1300, Canby ordered most of his infantry and the artillery across the river to relieve the cavalry. Outraged and almost out of water, an increasingly desperate Greene called for the 5th Texas's Lancer companies. Texas had taken hundreds of Mexican lances as war trophies during the Texas Revolution and Mexican-American War. When there weren't sufficient muskets or shotguns available, 2 companies volunteered to carry these trophy lances and revolvers instead. At 1400, Greene ordered the only lance charge of the Civil War. The target was the company holding the Union's extreme right, whose unfamiliar uniforms made Greene think they were New Mexico militia. The 1st Lance Company would panic and scatter the militia, before the 2nd drove into and broke the Union flank. However, they were actually charging the Pikes Peakers, an independent Colorado volunteer company. The former miners' rowdiness in camp belied their battle discipline, and as the Texans charged, the Pikes calmly waited until they were in range and cut them down with 2 volleys. Nearly every horse and half the troopers of the 1st Company were killed or wounded, and consequently the 2nd never charged. The surviving Texans made a bonfire of their lances and were issued real weapons. Canby felt that a direct counterattack was too risky. Instead, he shifted units from the left to the right flank, then sent his reserves under Colonel Kit Carson forward to envelop the Confederate left at 1400. A Confederate counterattack was defeated when Carson's men flanked the Texans, and the Federals pursued the retreating Confederates. According to the Sacramento Daily Union, the Pikes Peakers were particularly enthusiastic and were overheard laughing at every casualty and engagement, even throwing rocks at the Texans as ammunition ran low. At one point, a Pike was isolated while loading his musket, and very pointedly ignored incoming fire. A Texan popped up from behind cover and emptied his musket and revolver at the Pike, missing every shot. The Texan then tried to surrender, but the Pike reportedly responded, "That be damned. You've had 6 shots at me, and I'm bound to drop you with 1 for making such a damned fizzle of it," and shot the Texan through the heart. However, a desperate charge against the weakened left flank overwhelmed and captured the Union battery. Out of water, the Confederates had to reach the river and pressed forward through a Federal cavalry charge and the New Mexico volunteers, breaking the Union left. Canby then requested a truce to recover the wounded, which Sibley agreed to while observing the battle from inside an ambulance wagon. Canby used the truce to retreat into Fort Craig. The Federals had suffered 68 killed and 160 wounded, plus 200 desertions at Valverde. The Confederates suffered 36 killed, 150 wounded, and 1 desertion. However, Sibley had failed to take Fort Craig, and had neither the artillery to breach the wall nor the food to starve it out. Despite the tactical victory, he'd been strategically defeated. During the night, Canby sent word to Santa Fe to destroy all military stores that couldn't be moved to Fort Union, which was in turn ordered to hold out at all costs. Sibley demanded Canby surrender on the 22nd, but Canby dismissed him. Down to 3 days' rations, and having lost a significant number of horses, Sibley left Valverde for Santa Fe. Canby mounted the New Mexicans and sent them and the cavalry to harass Sibley's rear, while the infantry remained behind to block Sibley's route back to Texas. Sibley's hungry Texans occupied Albuquerque on March 2nd and Santa Fe on March 10th, finding minimal food and no ammunition. The civilians weren't openly hostile, but they weren't welcoming either. This changed as his army quickly depleted the region's food stores, and guerrillas joined Canby's troops in harassing the Confederates. Worse, word arrived from Tucson. The Apache were seemingly everywhere and raiding everything, and their Navajo cousins had opportunistically joined them. Additionally, California volunteers were marshalling at Fort Yuma. The 50 Texans and 100 Arizona militia were no match for the 1,500 Californians already assembled, and more were on the way. Sibley had to destroy Canby and march west quickly, or Confederate Arizona was lost. But first, he had to resupply from Fort Union. Consequently, Sibley ordered Pyron's troopers and 2 cannons up the Santa Fe Trail to establish a forward base at Apache Canyon in Glorieta Pass and prepare to attack Fort Union, which was little more than a walled way station when Sibley was last there. Scurry was to join him once sufficiently rested and resupplied. Sibley hoped these 1,200 troops were enough to take the fort. If they couldn't, the campaign was doomed. A handful of partisans were dispatched to stir up pro-Southern sympathies in Colorado ahead of the planned invasion. However, the Fort Union that Sibley knew was abandoned. Canby had built a new fort with thicker, sloped and star-shaped walls on better ground near the old position. Colonel Gabriel Paul's 4 companies of regulars, plus detachments of New Mexico and Colorado volunteers, were ordered to remain at Fort Union until Canby was ready to link up with them. The new Fort Union could withstand assault by a more formidable foe than Sibley, but Canby took no chances. Then Colonel John Slough and the 1st Colorado Infantry arrived. After hearing about Valverde, they'd force-marched 400 miles in 14 days to reinforce Fort Union, arriving exhausted but eager for battle on March 11th. Canby sent supplemental orders for Slough to raid the enemy, obstruct their movements, and cut off their supplies. Paul refused to allow any offensive operations until Slough pulled seniority and took over command. Leaving Paul 500 men to hold the fort, Slough took 1,300 regulars and volunteers down the Santa Fe Trail to confront Sibley. On March 26th, Slough sent Major John Chivington ahead to Apache Canyon with 400 men to scout the terrain and opportunistically raid the Confederates. Around noon, the Federals surprised and captured the rebel picket post, leaving Pyron's camp blind. Chivington surprised Pyron's camp, but pre-positioned Confederate artillery drove him back. Chivington split his force in 2 and advanced along both sides of the canyon, using his men's rifled muskets to outrange the Texans' shotguns. The crossfire forced Pyron to abandon his camp and withdraw down the canyon, forming a new defensive line where the canyon narrowed. Chivington pursued and used enfilade fire to force Pyron to retreat again. As the Confederate line broke apart, the Union cavalry charged, routing the Texans. Knowing that Scurry was nearby, Chivington withdrew to Kozlowski's ranch, having killed or captured 75 Texans, while suffering 5 dead and 14 wounded. Slough told Chivington to hold position until he arrived with the remaining 900 men. Scurry arrived in Glorieta Pass on March 27th. Expecting additional Union attacks, he fortified Johnston's ranch and requested reinforcements, which never came. Slough arrived shortly before dawn on March 28th. While the men ate breakfast, Slough made his battle plan. Chivington would take 500 men up Glorieta Mesa, while he took the main body down the Santa Fe Trail. Once he engaged the rebels in the pass, Chivington was to crush them in a Napoleonic downhill charge against their flank. Chivington arrived above Glorieta Pass without issue around 1200, oblivious to the fact that the battle had already begun. Rather than remain in Apache Canyon as expected, Scurry had advanced up the trail, expecting to push through Chivington's 400 men from Apache Canyon, then onto Fort Union. Instead, he'd run into Slough's 800 men filling their canteens at Pigeon's Ranch. The Federals immediately regrouped and attacked at 1100. Superior artillery support allowed the Union vanguard to push through the Texas front line before the Texans used their superior numbers to flank the Union line at 1200. Slough fell back and reformed the line in front of Pigeon's Ranch while attempting to recall Chivington. Scurry ordered a 3-pronged attack against the Union center and flanks. The attack on the left fell apart after its commander was killed. The center attack stalled after Federal artillery knocked out the rebel artillery. However, the Union right was flanked at 1500. The only company of Confederate riflemen ascended the ridge and began picking off Union artillerymen with enfilade fire. A renewed push on the center forced Slough to retreat past Pigeon's Ranch, where he reformed and skirmished until dark. Slough then retreated to Kozlowski's ranch, wondering what happened to Chivington. Both sides suffered about 120 casualties. Scurry was writing a triumphant message to Sibley when news came of disaster in the rear. When neither Slough nor Scurry appeared at Glorieta, Chivington had sent out scouts to find them. As vague sounds of battle echoed through the hills, scouts from the 2nd New Mexico Volunteers located Scurry's entire supply train at Johnston's ranch, protected by a single cannon plus his sick and wounded. What happened next is disputed. Chivington claimed that he immediately ordered his column to march to the ranch. In contrast, New Mexican sources claim it took 2 hours for Captain William Lewis to convince Chivington to attack. In either case, New Mexico Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Chavez and Captain Lewis actually led the column to the ranch. After an hour of searching for a way down the mesa's 200-foot cliffs, an exasperated Chavez ordered the men to tie ropes out of everything available and rappel down the cliffs. The cannon tried to drive them away, but once the Federals advanced, the rebels fled. Chivington ordered all the supplies and wagons burned. The horses and mules that weren't killed were driven off into the desert. The only ammunition Scurry's men had left was in their pockets. He was forced to return to Santa Fe, having won tactically and been defeated strategically. That night, Slough received angry orders from Canby to return to Fort Union. Slough complied and then resigned his commission and returned to Denver, fearful of being court-martialed. However, Canby's order was severely outdated, and he actually praised Slough's initiative once he received reports about Glorieta Pass. He ordered Paul and the now veteran Colorado troops to join his own veterans near Albuquerque to finish off Sibley. The latter knew his position was untenable. His force had extremely limited food and only enough ammunition for half a battle. Another confrontation with the Federals was suicidal, especially with the looming threat from the 2,500-strong California column. Once Scurry rejoined him, Sibley abandoned Santa Fe for Albuquerque. On April 8th, Canby briefly bombarded the town to intimidate Sibley, who withdrew on April 9th. Canby followed and engaged Sibley's rearguard at Peralta on April 14th. A sandstorm let the Confederates escape along the Rio Grande's west bank. Canby decided to let the elements destroy Sibley rather than follow him. To avoid the Fort Craig garrison, Sibley marched through the waterless Llanada del Muerto desert for 9 days, during which most of his remaining horses and mules died. Discarded Confederate equipment littered the desert floor for decades. The only reason the men survived was a rescue column from Visalia. After resting, Sibley's forces returned to Texas in late April, leaving a garrison at Fort Thorne. With horses in short supply, Sibley's men mostly walked first to Fort Bliss, then on to San Antonio, enduring punishing sun, constant thirst, and frequent Comanche attacks. Only 1,500 weary Confederates trickled into San Antonio over the summer as individual bands rather than a cohesive brigade. Nearly all the mules and horses were dead, and the mountain batteries had been destroyed or abandoned. However, the Texans very insistently dragged the 6 guns captured at Valverde back to San Antonio. These trophies were the expedition's only tangible accomplishment. Sibley's retreat doomed Confederate Arizona. The California column bloodlessly captured Tucson on May 20, 1862, and began marching east to link up with Canby, who'd lost communication with California and had no idea they were coming. The Apache were attacking anyone passing through the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, which the Confederates discovered as they fled east. After repeated Apache attacks, the Confederates finally convinced the Apache to leave them alone and attack the Federals instead. The Apache readily agreed, but were conclusively defeated at the Battle of Apache Pass. The conflict was reduced to low-level raids for months thereafter. The Civil War was effectively finished west of Kansas by August 1862. The remaining Confederates abandoned Mesilla after New Mexican guerrillas defeated them on July 1st, and the column arrived on July 5th. The Confederates fled first to Franklin, modern-day El Paso, and then to San Antonio, completely abandoning West Texas. The column advanced only to Fort Quitman, fearing to go further into Comanche territory. Confederate partisans, sometimes supported by Indian warbands, attacked the odd stagecoach, mining camp, or messenger throughout the Rocky Mountain region until 1865. However, the Union military had shifted focus and didn't care. Confederate Arizona's lasting legacy was the Indian Wars it began or escalated, and Union forces would battle the Navajo until 1864 and the Apache until 1887. General Albert Johnston of the Confederate Department of Mississippi was under considerable pressure following the loss of Forts Henry and Donelson from not only Union forces but also Confederate politicians. Tasked with defending territory many times greater than Joseph Johnston's Department of Virginia, with far fewer soldiers and resources, he'd made hard but unpopular decisions. Evacuating Kentucky and Middle Tennessee was strategically necessary, but economically and politically disastrous. Nashville was a major rail hub, gunpowder factory, and food producer, and it was also Tennessee's capital. Its loss crippled the Confederacy's logistics and economy, while severely undermining its legitimacy. Governor Isham Harris understood and agreed with Johnston's decision, and Jefferson Davis defended him, but many other politicians denounced him as a coward. Johnston didn't publicly respond. He knew only a victory would silence his critics, but his prospects were dismal. He had about 30,000 troops available to defend Corinth, Mississippi. The crossroad of two major rail lines, Corinth controlled all the supply lines to western Tennessee. If it fell, Memphis would have to be abandoned. Worse, it would render all other rail lines west of Chattanooga worthless and open Mississippi to invasion, and the Federals knew this. Meanwhile, Department of Missouri Commander Major General Henry Halleck was busy using Brigadier General Ulysses Grant's victory at Fort Donelson. He immediately recognized Grant as both an important asset and as a threat to his own ambitions. Grant had considerable field command skills, but lacked political acumen or ambition. Halleck had never actually led troops, but had considerable political acumen and ambition. Knowing that Lincoln only valued the former, while Grant didn't understand political maneuvering, Halleck moved to advance his career while keeping Grant at heel. Halleck recommended Grant and several other subordinates for promotion, while arguing that he should command all Western armies as the most senior general outside Washington. However, Lincoln only promoted Grant. Shortly thereafter, Grant went to Nashville to confer with Department of the Ohio commander Don Carlos Buell about attacking Corinth. By the most technically narrow and strict definition, this was abandoning his military district, a marginally court-martialable offense at worst, so Halleck used the excuse to suspend Grant's command. Halleck was just asserting dominance and quickly restored Grant, but he also protected Grant. Rivals had dredged up Grant's past alcoholism and were accusing him of misconduct, including drunkenness and looting. Halleck lied to the press that the suspension was for an investigation, which turned up nothing, and the accusations went away. Grant never learned Halleck's real intentions, as expected, and actually thanked him for the help. Meanwhile, Halleck's department continued winning victories. Samuel Curtis secured southwestern Missouri, while John Pope cleared the southeast. Following Pope besieging New Madrid and Curtis's triumph at Pea Ridge, Halleck again asked for Western command. While his involvement was only on the logistical and administrative side, Halleck's department was the only one actually doing anything. His ability to find fighting men and keep them fighting was enough for Lincoln to agree to give Halleck command of all Federal troops from Kansas to Ohio on March 11th. Halleck believed that Corinth was as vital to the Confederacy as Richmond, and scouting reports indicated that Johnston's army was under-equipped, under-strength, and demoralized. Therefore, Grant and Buell would link up at Pittsburgh Landing. Halleck would then bring reinforcements and lead the combined overwhelming force to Corinth as quickly as possible. But reports were wrong about the last point. The retreat from Kentucky had been demoralizing, but Johnston and his second-in-command, P.G.T. Beauregard, successfully restored morale while working on the other deficiencies. 15,000 men under Braxton Bragg were pulled from the coastal defenses to bolster the Army of Mississippi. Earl Van Dorn and the Trans-Mississippi Army were supposed to join them, but it was still reassembling after Pea Ridge. By early April, it was clear to Johnston that even if Van Dorn made it, the Federals would greatly outnumber him, and his men still had outdated equipment. Therefore, Beauregard advocated attacking first. According to Nathan Forrest's cavalry, Buell still hadn't reached Grant, and his camp wasn't fortified. If they marched their 45,000 men quickly, they could surprise and overwhelm the 40,000 Federals at Pittsburgh Landing before Buell arrived. In Beauregard's romantically inclined mind, a surprise attack would let them drive the Federals all the way back to Bowling Green. Johnston was skeptical, but it was better than the other options. Grant hadn't fortified his camps because he always focused on what he would do to the Confederates, not what they could do to him. Grant's orders were not to let the men get comfortable in camp and maintain offensive spirit through drill. 5 divisions were sent to Pittsburgh Landing on March 11th, while the 6th guarded the supply depot at Crump's Landing. The Green divisions under William Sherman and Benjamin Prentiss camped in rougher conditions around Shiloh Church to help the raw recruits acclimate to Army life. Grant himself headquartered in Savannah, Tennessee, for its telegraph lines. Grant expected Buell to arrive by late March, but Buell didn't even begin marching from Nashville until then. Neither he nor Grant felt the need to hurry the march. The Confederates marched out of Corinth on April 3rd, intending to attack on April 4th. The 20-mile march would have been easy for experienced troops, but Johnston's men and officers were green. Consequently, the march was confused, inefficient and slow. It wasn't completed until dusk on April 5th. Beauregard lamented that Buell had to have arrived by then, surprise was lost, and the attack should be called off. Johnston refused, stating that he'd fight if they were 1,000,000. The reality was that retreating after such a march would cause mass desertion and lead to all the general officers being dismissed at best. However, the Federals weren't aware of Johnston's advance, despite pickets reporting rebel activity. Forrest's cavalry had raided the area recently, and Grant's division commanders assumed he was back. Grant only alerted Lew Wallace, believing that Forrest would attack Crump's Landing. In fairness, Forrest was back, but was only scouting ahead of Johnston's advance. That night, Grant wired Halleck that he didn't expect an attack, while Sherman and Prentiss told their men there was nothing to fear. However, Colonel Everett Peabody was worried. The woods were too noisy, yet also too quiet, and pickets were sighting rebel scouts. Something wasn't right. Thus, he sent out 5 companies to patrol the Shiloh woodland at 0100, and put the rest of his brigade on alert. At 0500, Peabody's patrol ran into Confederate pickets in Fraley's cotton field. The ensuing skirmish forced Johnston to order a general attack at 0530. Fatefully, Johnston ordered Beauregard to remain at headquarters to direct reinforcements and supplies, while he rode forward to direct the battle. By then, Peabody had raised the alarm. Prentiss furiously thought Peabody had provoked a battle against his orders, until the rebels' organization and determination made him realize that Peabody had actually disrupted a major attack. William Hardee's corps reached Sherman's camp at 0700, while Bragg's corps made contact with Prentiss at 0730, having taken 2 hours to get organized and fight through Peabody's brigade. Sherman didn't believe he was under attack until bullets grazed him and killed his orderly. Finally realizing the situation, he rapidly organized his division to resist. The other 3 Union divisions shook themselves awake and moved to support Sherman and Prentiss. In response, Beauregard ordered Leonidas Polk and John Breckinridge to the attack's flanks, widening the line to envelop the Union flanks. Back in Savannah, Grant was sitting down for breakfast as Buell's lead division arrived across the river, when the sounds of battle drifted downriver. On crutches after a riding accident, Grant limped into action, ordering Buell's men to keep marching along the east bank and cross at Pittsburgh Landing. Grant then hobbled aboard a southbound steamer, stopping at Crump's Landing to order Wallace to get marching. Pittsburgh Landing was in chaos when Grant arrived around 0900. While as a whole his army was fighting fiercely, thousands of Green recruits had panicked and run at the first sight of the enemy. Even veteran units had fled after being overwhelmed or running out of ammunition. Reorganizing the cowering men into new units, Grant began building a new line on the ridge south of Pittsburgh Landing. Sherman was leading the defense on the left flank, but was gradually pushed back past Shiloh Church and then Crossroads. Similarly, Prentiss fell back until he and 4,500 troops reached an abandoned sunken wagon road around 1100 and resolved to make a stand. Meanwhile, the Confederates had their share of chaos. The dense woods, brush fires, and gunsmoke ruined unit cohesion, and thousands of Green Confederates were fleeing, just like the Federals. Johnston tirelessly rode up and down the line, encouraging faltering units, while Beauregard rounded up stragglers and sent them back into battle. The Federals on the left and right were pushed back past Prentiss's position, remembered as Hornet's Nest. Grant ordered him to hold at all costs, and Prentiss complied. Johnston spent 2 hours unsuccessfully assaulting Hornet's Nest as the Union flanks began collapsing. At 1400, he was hit in the thigh while riding ahead of Breckinridge's troops. It appeared a minor wound until Johnston slumped and nearly fell from his saddle. His popliteal artery had been severed, and Albert Johnston bled to death at 1430. Davis later lamented that this was the moment the Confederacy lost the West. The gunboats USS Tyler and Lexington arrived and bombarded the Confederates to cover retreating Union troops. Only Prentiss held his ground, and Beauregard sent 18,000 soldiers to end him. However, the attacks were uncoordinated and piecemeal, allowing Prentiss to hold out until 62 cannons were concentrated against him, blowing apart the natural cover. A final assault forced Prentiss and 2,200 troops to surrender at 1730, as the rest escaped. At 1800, Beauregard halted the attack. His troops were too exhausted and disorganized to make the final push against Grant's breastworks on the ridge, though he expected to finish the job tomorrow. During the night, Lew Wallace and 2 of Buell's divisions finally arrived. Wallace had gotten so lost on poorly marked roads that a 2-hour march took all day. Grant's men rested and reorganized, while Beauregard slept in Sherman's tent, though his troops didn't, as heavy rain arrived while the warships Tyler and Lexington fired into their positions all night. Some officers advocated retreating, but Grant refused. The army was reconcentrated and reinforced. They would attack at dawn. Forrest discovered this during the night, but failed to find and warn Beauregard. Dismissed by other Confederate generals, Forrest disgustedly predicted, "We'll be whipped like hell." He was right. At 0500, Grant and Buell's 45,000 troops attacked along the whole line. Beauregard had only 20,000 effectives left and was steadily pushed back to his starting position. At 1400, the Confederates began withdrawing and abandoned the field by 1530. Grant's infantry was exhausted, and he didn't have the cavalry to pursue. However, Sherman unsuccessfully attacked Forrest's rearguard the next day. Both armies suffered around 10,000 killed or wounded, with another 2,885 Federals and 959 Confederates captured or missing. Only 12,000 were killed or wounded across all major battles during the first year combined. Both sides were shocked by the casualties, and firestorms of criticism were leveled against Grant and Beauregard, though the upcoming year's battles would make such numbers mundane. Both generals ignored the press and focused on the battles to come. Lincoln defended Grant, saying, "I cannot spare this man. He fights." Halleck arrived at Pittsburgh Landing and took command of both armies on April 11th. Grant wanted to move immediately, but Halleck demurred. The supply lines were too stretched for his liking, and he wanted to bring Grant's army back up to strength. Additionally, he'd ordered Pope to join them after Island No. 10 fell on April 7th. While waiting, Halleck removed Grant from Army Command to serve as his second-in-command, a meaningless position, while George Thomas temporarily commanded the Army of the Tennessee. While primarily done to prevent Grant from outshining him, Halleck also knew the press would stop attacking Grant if they couldn't see him. It worked, and by June, Grant was back in national good graces. Beauregard fell back to Corinth and linked up with Van Dorn. A master siege engineer, Beauregard swiftly turned Corinth into a fortress. However, he realized this was a mistake shortly thereafter. Corinth's water supply was limited, and what Beauregard's 65,000 men weren't drinking up was being fouled by waste. Typhus and dysentery were rampant. Worse, the Federals refused to assault his fortifications, rendering them worthless. Instead, Halleck's 120,000 men crawled forward, starting April 29th. Refusing to allow another Shiloh, each army advanced less than a mile per day before stopping to fortify their position. Beauregard repeatedly probed the advancing juggernaut to either find a weakness or provoke an actual attack, but nothing worked. Pope repeatedly tried to take the bait, but Halleck had Grant restrain him. Instead, the Federals just fortified their way forward until Corinth was in artillery range on May 29th. Beauregard had to evacuate. His sick lists were longer than the Shiloh casualty list, and there was no hope of relief. To prevent Halleck's attack, he issued rations to several units and ordered them to prepare to launch an assault. As expected, deserters fled to Union lines with the news. As trains began taking sick troops out of Corinth, bound for Tupelo, he had the men cheer as if reinforcements were arriving. The ruse successfully convinced Halleck to halt earlier and build stronger fortifications than normal. By morning, Beauregard had escaped Corinth, letting Halleck claim the pestilent thirst trap. Grant wanted Halleck to move against Vicksburg immediately, but it was impossible. A wet spring had turned into a drought, and there wasn't enough drinking water for the army. River levels fell too low for steamships, leaving only badly damaged railways for supply lines. Therefore, Halleck dispersed the army to rebuild damaged rail lines, pacify the conquered territory, find enough water, and just get out of disease-ridden Corinth. Additionally, Lincoln was hounding him to send an army to eastern Tennessee, a Unionist hotbed under Confederate occupation, Lincoln had romantic notions of using a reunified Tennessee to tempt other rebel states to rejoin the Union. Halleck knew that wouldn't work, but Chattanooga was an important strategic target. Therefore, he ordered Buell to take the city, while Grant was restored to Army command to take Vicksburg. In July, Halleck and Pope were called east. Grant and Buell were independent commanders again, and William Rosecrans took over Pope's command, which was now part of Grant's army. Buell spent June and July crawling along the rail lines towards Chattanooga, barely marching 90 miles. Much of this was his own fault. Like McClellan, he hated battles, believed in a limited war for limited ends, and always moved with excessive caution. However, Forrest was ruthlessly destroying the rail lines, and he could only move as quickly as repair crews worked, which got worse when John Morgan's Kentucky cavalry began raiding the supply lines from Nashville. Meanwhile, in Tupelo, Beauregard was relieved of command after leaving the army to recover from Corinth. Davis replaced him with Bragg, who began planning a new offensive with Van Dorn. Department of East Tennessee commander Edmund Kirby Smith was constantly asking Bragg to reinforce him, then invade Kentucky. Morgan and the Confederate shadow government claimed that Kentucky was eager to join the Confederacy. More importantly, Smith and Bragg could loot Union supply dumps. After much consideration, Bragg agreed and moved his army via a 776-mile railroad detour to Chattanooga. Van Dorn would keep Grant pinned down and retake Corinth if possible. To accomplish this, Van Dorn had about 30,000 troops from the Trans-Mississippi Army and the now abandoned Memphis garrison. Defeating Grant's 55,000 men in open battle was hopeless. Instead, he tried to trick Grant into giving up Corinth through constant feints and simultaneous raids against multiple targets. Grant wasn't fooled and tried to flip the script on Van Dorn by attacking isolated units. Sterling Price would have been trapped and destroyed in Iuka by Rosecrans and Edward Howard's corps on September 19th, but for acoustic shadows preventing Howard from engaging. 2 weeks later, Van Dorn assaulted Rosecrans's defences around Corinth. While he successfully breached the outer defences over 2 days of fighting through sheer determination and gaps in the fortifications, Van Dorn never had the men to drive Rosecrans off, and retreated to Vicksburg by November. Bragg and Smith planned their campaign on July 31st. Bragg's Army of Mississippi was too exhausted to advance immediately. Smith would move north alone to clear the Cumberland Gap, before linking back up with an advancing Bragg, who would be in overall command as senior general. The two forces would then move into Kentucky, severing Buell's supply lines and forcing him into a decisive battle. Victory would deliver Kentucky to the Confederacy. However, Smith had no intention of letting the senior Bragg take all the glory. He isolated, pinned, and bypassed the Federal garrison in the Cumberland Gap on August 9th before informing Bragg the deal was off. Therefore, he moved his 20,000 troops to Knoxville before marching towards Lexington on August 14th. Bragg finally moved out of Chattanooga on August 27th with 34,000 troops. By pure coincidence, this and Van Dorn's operations coincided with Lee's Maryland campaign, making this the largest Confederate offensive of the war. Buell gladly gave up his plodding march east to move north and protect Louisville. Smith moved rapidly, capturing 4,000 raw recruits at Richmond on August 30th, before moving on to Lexington and Frankfort, causing panic and spurring mass recruitment in Cincinnati and Louisville. Bragg captured another 4,000 men at Munfordville on September 17th. Buell arrived at Louisville in early September. He was content to let Bragg take central Kentucky until Halleck threatened him with a possibly not metaphorical guillotining if he didn't engage, and finally advanced with 60,000 troops in early October. Bragg couldn't fight Buell alone and asked Smith to link up at Bardstown. Instead, Smith inaugurated a Confederate government in Frankfort on October 4th, which Bragg attended, leaving his army under Polk's command. During the inauguration, a Federal force was detected approaching Frankfort. Thinking it was Buell's main force, Polk abandoned Bardstown and retreated eastward. Bragg sent orders to reconcentrate the army at Versailles, but Hardee ignored them and instead marched his corps to Perryville, forcing Polk to join him. Perryville was the crossroads to the Confederate rear, but more importantly, it was the only source of fresh water in the area. An unusually wet spring had turned into a completely dry summer and fall, and most water sources had completely dried up. There were still some muddy, stagnant pools west of Perryville, and Hardee was desperate enough that they seemed like mountain streams. However, the force approaching Frankfort was only a diversion, and Buell was also marching for Perryville's water. When scouts discovered Confederates there, Buell ordered the army to close and attack. However, only Charles Gilbert's 3rd Corps arrived by October 7th, as the 1st and 2nd Corps had deviated to find water. Therefore, Buell decided to delay attacking until October 9th and ordered his command to get into position and then avoid a general engagement on October 8th. Meanwhile, Bragg was fully convinced that the diversion was the real threat. Thinking that the Federals at Perryville were a small pinning force, he ordered Polk to swiftly attack and defeat them, before marching north to link up with Smith's forces against Buell. Polk promised he'd attack at first light on October 8th. However, the Battle of Perryville began by accident. At 0100, the thirsty troops of the 10th Indiana learned about some algae-filled pools of water still lingering in Doctors Creek. The desperate men found the 7th Arkansas defending the pools and attacked. At 0200, Gilbert sent Philip Sheridan's division to join the Hoosiers and seize Peters Hill. Sheridan shattered the Arkansans and pushed their brigade towards Perryville. However, both Sheridan and the Confederates were ordered to disengage. Polk was nervous about fighting in the dark west of the Chaplin River, while Gilbert didn't want to extend his line past Peters Hill. Around 0800, Bragg realized that there were no sounds of battle coming from Perryville. Furious, he rode from Harrodsburg to Perryville, arriving at 1000 and finding that, contrary to his promises, Polk had made no preparations to attack, and hadn't even formed a proper defensive line. Seizing command back from the negligent Polk, Bragg ordered his 18,000 men to redeploy for an echelon attack against Peters Hill, believing it was the primary Union position. Why he believed that is a mystery. He'd seen Alexander Cook's 1st Corps deploying on Open Knob, northwest of Perryville, while riding in, but either forgot about or ignored them to focus on Peters Hill. The huge clouds of dust the redeployment caused led some Federals to think Polk was retreating and lower their guard. The Confederates were in position by 12:30, but only bombarded the Federal line, letting McCook reposition his forces to meet the incoming attack. Without doing new reconnaissance on the Federal line, an impatient Bragg ordered the attack to start at 1400, believing he was hitting an open Federal flank. Instead, his lead brigade marched into the center of the Union line and suffered 20% casualties in minutes. The attack on the Union far left was more successful due to Union inattention and better use of cover, but the line still held. However, when the Union division commander was killed, his replacement ordered a disastrous bayonet charge, which weakened the line enough for the Confederates to take Open Knob. McCook had prepared an additional line of defenses behind Open Knob, which the Federals fell back to as the echelon attack continued. By 1500, McCook's line from Wilson's Creek to Squire Bottom was under heavy pressure, but was holding. At 1545, Buckner's division crossed Doctors Creek and assaulted Squire Bottom, pushing the Federals back onto the heights. However, by 1615, the line stabilized. On the left, the Federals were strongly positioned behind a stone wall, while the center and right had forested hills for cover. The Confederates continued to press the line, gradually approaching Dixville Crossroads as McCook's men ran out of ammunition. To the south, Sheridan had seen the initial Confederate advance and attempted to support McCook with artillery fire, but was ordered to stop wasting gunpowder by Gilbert and Buell. Both were in Buell's headquarters 2 miles away at Dorsey House, where acoustic shadows kept them from hearing the sounds of battle. They only heard Sheridan's artillery fire and thought his gunners were doing target practice. Buell remained utterly ignorant of McCook's distress until 1600. McCook had been requesting assistance from the 3rd Corps since the attack began. Still, none of the division commanders were willing to ignore Buell's orders to avoid battle. They just forwarded the requests to Buell, who either never received or ignored them until one of McCook's staff officers burst into headquarters and demanded reinforcements. While he didn't actually believe the report, Buell did authorize 2 brigades of reinforcements. Bragg was similarly ignorant of how the battle was actually progressing. Thinking that he was rolling up the Federal army, he sent a brigade to flank McCook and trap him via the Springfield Pike. However, this column ran into Sheridan's division, which routed it. While Sheridan didn't pursue, per his earlier orders, another 3rd Corps division did, reaching Perryville at 1700, when orders to withdraw caught up with them. Gilbert was more concerned about the standing orders not to engage than the opportunity to trap Bragg. As the reinforcements reached McCook and darkness began to fall, the Confederate attack finally petered out. Polk was nearly captured after riding forward to find out what was happening, and accidentally rode into the 22nd Indiana's lines. He only bluffed his way out thanks to the Federals mistaking his Confederate grey uniform for Union blue in the thick gun smoke and dim light. That night, Bragg thought he'd conclusively won the battle. He'd suffered 3,401 casualties, inflicted 4,276, and pushed the Federals back, the definition of a tactical victory. Then, reports of his flanking brigade's disaster and of a Federal brigade nearly taking Perryville arrived. Finally, around 2000, Wheeler's cavalry reported an entire unengaged Federal corps, larger than Bragg's army, on the Lebanon Pike. Bragg realized that he'd just spent all his army's offensive potential fighting one corps of Buell's army. Had the other 2 corps engaged, he'd have been trapped and destroyed. The only way to survive was to withdraw once the Federals were asleep. At 2100, he informed his subordinates, and by 0100 on October 8th, the Confederates had escaped, retreating north to join Smith's army. His tactical victory was in reality a strategic defeat. After linking up with Smith, Bragg had the numbers to confront Buell, but only small skirmishes occurred for the next week. Buell had no interest in seeking battle, and Bragg decided that he didn't have the supplies for another battle. Confederate Kentucky had proved to be a lie. Despite assurances from the Confederate shadow government, Bragg had received minimal local support. He'd brought over 20,000 muskets to form new infantry regiments, and had given out less than 2,000, although Morgan had doubled his cavalry's numbers. There was little food available and no ammunition but what they'd captured from the Federals. Running out of everything, and with extremely stretched supply lines, the only remaining option was retreat. As Bragg withdrew towards the Cumberland Gap, Lincoln ordered Buell to follow, destroy Bragg, and finally liberate East Tennessee. However, Buell ignored him, lazily following Bragg long enough to verify that he was leaving Kentucky before returning to Nashville. An irate Lincoln removed Buell from command and ordered him to defend his conduct at a formal inquiry, ruining his career. The Army of the Ohio was reorganized into the 14th Corps and assigned to Rosecrans's newly formed Department of the Cumberland. Meanwhile, accusations were flying thickly in the Confederate camp. Davis ordered Bragg to Richmond to answer the numerous charges leveled at him by Polk, Hardee, and Smith. Bragg successfully defended himself by pointing to Polk and Hardee's insubordination, Smith's duplicity, and the Kentucky shadow government's lies, coupled with overwhelming Federal numbers, as the real reason for defeat. Davis told everyone to drop the issue, but the relationship between the officers in the Army of Mississippi was ruined. The Confederacy wouldn't make a serious move against Kentucky again, fully securing it for the Union. In the aftermath, Bragg and Smith's armies merged and were renamed the Army of Tennessee on November 20th. Initially 46,000 strong, Bragg was ordered to detach a division to help defend Vicksburg on December 16th. Meanwhile, Bragg and the senior generals openly blamed each other for the invasion's failure and quarreled constantly, a problem Davis investigated personally but didn't resolve. Rosecrans replaced Buell for failing to pursue Bragg, and the army was renamed the Army of the Cumberland. Moving to Nashville, Rosecrans was threatened with dismissal if he didn't move quickly to accomplish Lincoln's cherished liberation of East Tennessee. After spending a month organizing and training his troops, Rosecrans advanced on Bragg on December 26th. Bragg's 38,000 troops were positioned along Stones River, west of Murfreesboro, when Rosecrans's 45,000 arrived on December 29th. After spending December 30th sizing each other up, both generals decided to attack the opposing right flank with their left on December 31st. Rosecrans set the attack for 0700 to let his men eat a hot breakfast, but Bragg would attack at dawn. During the night, the Army's bands fought a musical battle that ended in a simultaneous rendition of Home Sweet Home. At 0600, Hardee's corps attacked Alexander McCook's underprepared right wing, which briefly held before crumbling. At 0700, Thomas Crittenden's left wing crossed the river for its attack, only to be recalled as Rosecrans responded to McCook's collapse, personally racing around the battlefield to direct troops where they were needed while growing increasingly blood-spattered as men died around him. Polk launched the second wave of attacks at 0700, driving towards the Union center. Fortunately for Rosecrans, Philip Sheridan had anticipated an attack. His division had been ready and in line since 0400. As the attack rolled forward, his men resisted fiercely in a cedar forest remembered as the Slaughter Pen. By 1000, the Union's right had been pushed back nearly 3 miles, and Sheridan was under attack from 3 sides, finally withdrawing at 1100. Hardee pressed forward, but the rest of George Thomas's divisions were in place, and the attack broke against what locals called Round Forest, but history remembers as Hell's Half Acre. 2 blunders saved Rosecrans. On the rebel right, Breckinridge had seen Crittenden's men cross the river to attack him, but not their retreat. As such, he was prepared to receive the aborted attack, rather than advance himself. At 11:30, he refused an order from Bragg to send reinforcements to Hardee, before accepting one to attack to his front, only to embarrassingly discover the Federals were gone. Shortly afterward, he was ordered to halt and turn to meet a different attack. Bragg had received false intelligence about a Federal force moving to turn his flank down Lebanon Turnpike. By the time he learned the truth, the Federal line had stabilized. Breckinridge finally launched a limited attack on the Federal left at 1600, but it went nowhere, and fighting ended at 1630. Bragg was certain he'd won, and that in the morning, Rosecrans would be gone. However, in the Federal camp, Thomas argued correctly that Bragg's attack had actually forced them into a better defensive position than they'd started in. With his lines of communication and supply as secure as they could be with Confederate cavalry roaming around, Rosecrans dug in. New Year's Day of 1863 was a miserable one, as freezing rain fell all day. Union wounded being evacuated to Nashville reinforced Bragg's belief that Rosecrans would retreat, so he did nothing. Rosecrans sent a division back across the river to protect 2 crossings and occupy the heights. Finally realizing that Rosecrans wasn't retreating, Bragg ordered Breckinridge to attack the isolated division at 1600 on January 2nd to encourage a Federal retreat. It was a trap. The front line fell back across McFadden Ford, luring the Confederates into a 57-gun artillery trap, routing them. The standoff continued into January 3rd, when Federal reinforcements arrived and Thomas pushed Confederate sharpshooters out of their forward trenches. Bragg finally accepted that Rosecrans wouldn't retreat. He only had 20,000 effectives left, and was warned that Rosecrans could be reinforced up to 70,000 soon. Seeing no viable alternative, Bragg retreated to Tullahoma at 2200, having inflicted 13,906 casualties and taken 11,739. The Confederacy's Great Western offensives were over. Lincoln thanked Rosecrans for delivering a sorely needed victory following the Fredericksburg disaster. Despite his victory at Bull Run, General Joseph Johnston, commander of the Department of Virginia, had grave concerns about the Confederate military. He'd been the pre-war Army's quartermaster general and was acutely aware of the Confederacy's deficiencies versus the North's industrial capacity. About 20% of the regular Army's officers had defected alongside their states, and the Confederacy's soldiers were eager to fight. However, their ability was severely limited. All Confederate soldiers were supposed to carry Enfield rifled muskets and wear the same equipment and uniforms as the pre-war US Army, except in cadet gray. In reality, the rebels were never able to produce enough uniforms or import enough weapons to meet that standard. Instead, they used a hodgepodge of dyed state militia uniforms and equipment. The 1841 Harper's Ferry rifled musket was the most common weapon. Rations were often late and lacking. The only military resource in great supply was morale. Despite his best efforts, Johnston had no solution. There was no centralized command structure, as the states wanted some control over Confederate forces in their territories. Having seceded as sovereign and independent republics, they expected to be treated accordingly. Therefore, the Confederate military was divided into mostly independent military districts, each expected to defend its assigned states and draw supplies from them. Johnston was limited in the resources Virginia would volunteer, with the Confederate government giving minimal help. Jefferson Davis was an experienced legislator, but that experience was limited to defending slavery and the Southern status quo. He had no experience governing. He refused to delegate and habitually micromanaged, severely hampering governmental effectiveness. Throughout the war, Davis's constant interference caused 10 cabinet resignations. It also ruined his relationship with Johnston, as the two quarreled over everything, and Davis frequently gave orders to individual unit commanders, destroying Johnston's chain of command. The cabinet was filled with unqualified functionaries, chosen to protect their home state's interests. For example, Treasury Secretary Christopher Memminger knew nothing about banking, but South Carolina wanted to control that department through him. Davis's only consistently competent advisor was Judah Benjamin. From civil servants up to Davis himself, the men in government were undistinguished at best and incompetent and brainless political flunkies at worst. Davis's government was so inept that it never even established a war strategy beyond defend the Confederacy. These facts might explain why Davis's first economic policy aided the Union. On April 19th, US President Abraham Lincoln declared southern ports blockaded and closed. While the Navy wasn't actually able to enforce the blockade, southern trade still fell, as European merchants shied away from dealing in contraband. The cotton trade remained the South's primary industry, supplying 77% of Britain's and 90% of France's cotton needs. Southerners universally believed in the power of King Cotton and wanted to use it. Therefore, in October, Davis announced a complete cotton embargo. The plan was to shut down Europe's textile industry, forcing them to intervene and end the federal blockade, hopefully alongside diplomatic recognition and military support. However, many European manufacturers had been stockpiling cotton for this eventuality, and the economic disruption was insufficient to force European intervention. It severely limited Confederate arms imports, to Johnston's chagrin. On the other side, Lincoln had less experience than Davis, but he was also aware of his deficiencies and had built a highly talented cabinet to compensate. Commanding General of the Army Winfield Scott always knew the war would be long and planned accordingly. On May 21st, Scott recommended expanding the blockade, completely sealing off the southern coast. 80,000 new professional army soldiers would isolate and then seize rebel strongholds along the Mississippi River. Surrounded and split, the rebellion would be squeezed to death as his forces moved inland. The press derisively called it the Anaconda Plan, criticism President Abraham Lincoln echoed. They expected a short, decisive war. Once Bull Run proved Scott correct, Lincoln adapted. Scott was too old and fat to command troops, and a new field general was needed. Major General George McClellan's success in Western Virginia had demonstrated the ability that earned him admission to West Point at the age of 15, so Scott summoned him to Washington. Lauded in the press as the young Napoleon, McClellan arrived on July 26th to roaring crowds, hopeful he would save the Union. Before giving him army command, Scott asked McClellan to propose his own plan to defeat the rebellion. Vindicating Scott, McClellan re-proposed Scott's plan with more details. In addition to the blockade and push down the Mississippi, McClellan added thrusts into the Confederacy through Virginia, the Carolina coast, Tennessee, and the Red River. Critical to the plan was bringing overwhelming force against the rebels at all points simultaneously. While building and equipping such a force required tremendous logistics, McClellan was confident of success. As chief engineer, then vice president of the Illinois Central Railroad, he'd developed into a logistical genius and set to work reforming the army with Lincoln's support. He organized supply centers, convinced his railway colleagues to prioritize military shipments, and rapidly expanded arms manufacturing. Constant drills, better food, and training improved morale. By August, the loose formations that had panicked at Bull Run were transformed into the formidable Army of the Potomac. Additionally, the whole military was reorganized. The new Federal Army would be composed of 3-year volunteers. Strategy would be dictated from Washington, but each army commander had operational freedom. Each military district would be centrally supplied and uniformly equipped to pre-war army standards with the latest model Springfield rifled musket or equivalent. Accepting his limited usefulness, Scott retired on November 1st, handing his job to McClellan. Lincoln was skeptical that one man could lead the main army while administering the entire war effort, but McClellan confidently told him, "I can do it all." Indeed, he'd successfully reorganized and streamlined the United States military's command structure, recruitment and supply chain by December. However, organizing was all McClellan was doing. Other than occasional patrols, verifying that Johnston was still entrenched around Centerville, his army was completely idle. This made Lincoln increasingly anxious. The Army of the Potomac alone cost $600,000 a day to maintain. Worse, the inactivity and general poor performance of federal forces during 1861 prompted Congress to begin investigating Army failures and probing Lincoln's administration while demanding action. McClellan's reports were just demands for more resources and trust the process. The stress and uncertainty sent Lincoln into a depressive spiral. McClellan justified himself firstly by saying that his strategic plan called for a massive simultaneous offensive on all fronts, and most of those fronts weren't ready to attack. The Navy couldn't support the planned amphibious operations yet, and Western generals Henry Halleck and Don Carlos Buell weren't ready to move. The only option was to wait. Secondly, he was convinced that he was severely overmatched. His intelligence chief was Alan Pinkerton, a longtime friend. While his agents were adept at spy catching and infiltrating the Confederate government, as both were standard detective work, they were utterly useless at gathering military intelligence. They constantly misidentified fortifications and overestimated enemy numbers. Johnston's 70,000 soldiers behind simple breastworks were reported to McClellan as 170,000 behind strong fortifications, which he then passed on to Lincoln as 200,000 soldiers and impregnable fortifications to justify recruiting more soldiers. However, the real problem was McClellan's personality. Meticulous to the point of perfectionism, he refused to take any risk until all possible preparations had been made. However, preparing became a never-ending cycle, and McClellan was hopelessly lost in endlessly perfecting his army. McClellan finally outlined plans to his innermost circle for an amphibious landing at Urbana to outflank Johnston and seize Richmond on January 11th. Lincoln, on the verge of a nervous breakdown, wasn't told, and on January 27th ordered all Union armies to begin offensive action before George Washington's birthday on February 22nd. When McClellan didn't respond, Lincoln ordered him to advance against Johnston immediately. McClellan responded with a 22-page memo detailing how that was impossible, and that his Urbana plan was better, the first time Lincoln learned it existed. Relieved, Lincoln relented. However, by March 8th, McClellan still hadn't moved. Consequently, Lincoln called McClellan's subordinates to the White House to learn if the plan was real and if they were confident in it. They answered yes to both, but Lincoln also learned that McClellan had never named commanders for the Army's corps, despite obsessively constructing them, so Lincoln appointed them himself. McClellan finally prepared to depart on March 9th, only to learn that Johnston had sniffed out the Urbana plan and had withdrawn behind the Rappahannock. Consequently, northern newspapers discovered that most of the Centerville defenses were fake. McClellan had been duped, wasting a valuable opportunity, especially since many Confederate enlistments had run out in February. Humiliated, McClellan decided to target the James Peninsula instead and sailed for Fort Monroe on March 17th. Meanwhile, another army was sent to the Shenandoah Valley, with 50,000 troops on standby in Alexandria to deploy as needed. Lincoln relieved McClellan as General of the Armies on March 11th, so he could focus on the campaign. McClellan planned to sprint behind Johnston, take Richmond, and then attack Johnston's rear. However, he sabotaged himself by refusing to leave Fort Monroe until all his 121,500 soldiers arrived, giving Johnston ample time to redeploy while dispatching reinforcements to Stonewall Jackson in Shenandoah Valley. Following the first Bull Run, Thomas Stonewall Jackson was appointed to command of the Department of the Valley. Due to contradictory proclamations by Jefferson Davis, Jackson was simultaneously still part of Joseph Johnston's Department of Virginia and an independent department. Deciding to act as if the Confederate command structure made sense, Jackson deferred to Johnston's seniority. At the same time, Johnston gave Jackson the leeway to protect the Shenandoah Valley as he saw fit. The valley was home to a quarter of Virginia's pre-war food production and was a major strategic asset for the South. It slopes downwards as it runs 150 miles from the headwaters of the Shenandoah River in the Blue Ridge and Allegheny Mountains to the Potomac River, bisected by Massanutten Mountain with numerous passes through the Blue Ridge into the Virginia flatlands. It is consequently a natural strategic highway for any army looking to invade Maryland from Virginia. Additionally, an army in the valley could easily flank any invader moving south past the Blue Ridge. Conversely, Shenandoah was of little value to the Union. It already produced more food than it could eat. Using the valley to flank the Confederates would actually take Union forces further away from Richmond, and marching uphill is far harder than downhill. It was a strategic highway into Maryland, not Virginia. Therefore, the Union had plenty of reasons to deny Shenandoah to the Confederacy, but no reason to hold it. If it were possible to block off the valley, the Union would have done so. But there were too many crossing points into and out of Shenandoah in all directions. The Confederacy had to be driven out rather than contained. When Johnston withdrew behind the Rappahannock to preempt McClellan's Urbana offensive, Jackson remained behind to defend the valley, a seemingly hopeless task. Nathaniel Banks had 20,000 men at Harper's Ferry awaiting orders to invade the valley, and John C. Fremont's Mountain Department had another 20,000 defending Unionist West Virginia and ready to support Banks. As a professor at Virginia Military Institute, Jackson had lived in Shenandoah for years and knew the rugged terrain and scant roads. He'd already used this knowledge to drive Federal forces from the lower valley during the winter. However, a blow-up between him and his non-Virginian subordinates led to the transfer of all the non-Virginian units, leaving him with only 6,000 men to defend the valley. This was sufficient to repel the occasional cavalry patrol, but if Banks ever got orders to cross the Potomac, there was little Jackson could do to prevent him from taking the whole valley. Johnston was under no illusions about Jackson's situation, but saw it as an advantage rather than a risk. Jackson was currently keeping 40,000 Federals pinned, with only 6,000 troops that couldn't reinforce McClellan's approaching horde. Johnston believed that he could trick McClellan into a favorable fight and defeat him on the peninsula. Still, he definitely couldn't fight McClellan, plus the 40,000 Federals near Shenandoah and Irwin McDowell's 50,000-man reserve near Fredericksburg. He needed Jackson to keep those 90,000 Federals from attacking Richmond from the north. Johnston's orders to Jackson were simple: draw as many Federal troops away from McClellan as possible. On February 23, 1862, McClellan ordered Banks to seize the valley to protect the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Unable to actually stop Banks, Jackson repeatedly retreated from defensive positions after Banks's overwhelming numbers flanked his position. On March 12, Banks occupied Winchester after Jackson withdrew and continued falling back up the valley. Banks wired Washington that his mission was accomplished and that it was nearly bloodless. Consequently, 2 of his 3 divisions were withdrawn to Washington as reinforcements for McDowell and McClellan. Only James Shields' division at Strasburg remained by March 21st. Jackson learned of Banks' movements later that day. Determined not to let any more Federals leave Shenandoah, he force-marched 25 miles from his base near Mount Jackson on March 22nd to engage Shields. The Federals were strung out as they prepared to withdraw, first to Winchester, then to the railway to return to Washington, when Jackson's cavalry under Turner Ashby found them, and a skirmish broke out late on March 22nd. Shields' arm was broken by shrapnel, and he ordered his division to reconcentrate near Kernstown before handing command to Colonel Nathan Kimball. Local Confederates incorrectly told Ashby that Shields had only 3,000 men available, and had orders to march to Harper's Ferry the next day, prompting Jackson to force march his men another 15 miles early on March 23rd to join Ashby. Ashby began bombarding Union positions at 0900. Kimball responded by placing 10 heavy Parrott-rifled cannons on the military crest of Pritchard's Hill. Jackson arrived on the field at 1100 and sent Ashby to feint against the Union left to pin Shields until the infantry arrived. Jackson believed that numbers were on his side, but time was not, so he had to pin Shields before he escaped. He was wrong. Almost half his force had fallen out during the march, while at least 6,000 of Shields' 9,000 men were at Kernstown, with the rest marching to rejoin them. At 1400, Jackson sent Fulkerson's brigade against Pritchard's Hill, which was quickly repulsed by the heavy Union cannons. Realizing the strength of the position, Jackson ordered his old Stonewall Brigade, commanded by Richard Garnett and Fulkerson, to flank Pritchard's Hill via Sandy Ridge. Kimball countered by sending his brigade, temporarily commanded by Colonel Erastus Tyler, to the ridge. The Confederates arrived first and took a position behind a stone wall. Jackson's aide scouted the Union position and realized they were badly outnumbered. But Jackson just told him, "Say nothing about it. We're in for it." Despite outnumbering the Confederates, for unknown reasons, Tyler had his men march forward in a 2-company-wide column. This allowed Garnett to repulse multiple attacks with concentrated volleys from his entire brigade. However, Kimball sent reinforcements and directed the artillery on Pritchard's Hill to enfilade the Confederate line. Once the Federals were reorganized into a proper line, their superior numbers overwhelmed the Confederates. Jackson sent reinforcements, but Garnett had already run out of ammunition and retreated. The line subsequently crumbled, and Union cavalry chased him back up the valley. Jackson had Garnett court-martialed in a fit of fury, but Robert E. Lee determined that Garnett's decision was correct. Per his orders, Banks had left Shenandoah hours before Kernstown, but Abraham Lincoln ordered him and one of the previously withdrawn divisions to return to Shenandoah and drive Jackson out. Jackson's bold, though doomed attack looked like the sum of all fears, and Lincoln couldn't risk an invasion of Maryland or a threat to the capital. Washington had panicked at the thought of a Confederate attack following the rout at First Bull Run. Hundreds of politicians and citizens had fled in another panic after CSS Virginia's victory on the first day of the Battle of Hampton Roads. Lincoln feared that another panic would destroy the Union war effort. Therefore, McDowell was ordered to Alexandria, while Fremont was to take Staunton, relieving pressure on Banks. Kernstown was the only conclusive defeat of Jackson's career, but Lincoln's fears turned it from a tactical defeat into a strategic victory. Jackson had accidentally accomplished Johnston's goal, but now had to avoid annihilation. On April 1st, Banks's 2 divisions marched to Woodstock before stopping to wait for the supply line to catch up. Jackson retreated to Rood's Hill, identified by his cartographer, Captain Jebediah Hotchkiss, as the valley's best observation point. Shenandoah Valley had never been comprehensively surveyed nor fully mapped, so Jackson ordered Hotchkiss to do both as quickly as possible. He needed the intelligence advantage. Banks lurched forward again on April 16th, shattering Jackson's cavalry screen and forcing him to retreat through Swift Run Gap. After occupying Harrisonburg, Banks again reported the mission complete, as Jackson appeared to be retreating to join Johnston. Lincoln ordered Banks to send Shields to join McDowell's force, then wait for Fremont. Johnston dispatched Richard Ewell's division and new orders to drive the Federals away from Staunton. Robert E. Lee additionally asked Jackson to defeat Banks and retake the valley. Confederate morale was cratering after repeated Western defeats and McClellan's seemingly inexorable advance. A victory was needed to restore faith in the cause. Jackson decided that Fremont's vanguard near McDowell was the bigger threat. The 2,800 local Confederates had slowed but couldn't stop them, while Banks's supply problems meant he was effectively neutralized. Hotchkiss's newly completed map showed how isolated the Federals were and how easily every defensive position could be surprised and flanked. Therefore, Jackson ordered Ewell into Swift Run Gap to threaten Banks, while he maneuvered against Fremont. Both Banks and Jackson's soldiers thought Jackson was leaving the valley when he marched through the Blue Ridge Mountains to the Charlottesville rail station on March 2nd. However, Jackson hadn't told anyone that they were actually boarding trains to Staunton rather than Richmond, arriving May 5th. Jackson ordered the local Confederates to join him at McDowell and advanced. On May 7th, the Federal vanguard under Robert Milroy discovered Jackson's camp. Milroy fell back and sent out patrols to slow Jackson's advance, while Robert Schenk's command marched to join him. The Federals retreated into McDowell on May 8th, just escaping being trapped by the combined Confederate forces. Outnumbered 6,000 to 10,000, the Federals weren't able to hold Sitlington Hill, from which Jackson's artillery could bombard not only their current positions, but their escape route with impunity. Therefore, Milroy suggested a preemptive spoiling attack to disrupt the Confederates, followed by retreat after dark. Schenck agreed and repositioned his artillery to support Milroy as the supply train was evacuated. Jackson arrived at 1600 and led his lead brigade up Sitlington Hill. Believing the climb too difficult for artillery, Jackson planned to attack downhill the next day and began surveying the battlefield to determine how he'd position his troops. This signaled Milroy to launch the attack. As cannon fire covered them, about 2,500 Federals attacked, but didn't assault Sitlington Hill. They intended to disrupt Confederate plans, not take the hill. Jackson's 3,000 men were quickly reinforced, but despite attacking uphill, the Federals had the advantage. They'd attacked from the west, and the setting sun was in the Confederates' eyes, while the rebels were perfectly silhouetted against the sky. The Federals also all had new rifled muskets, while the Confederates had smoothbores. Finally, everyone was overshooting, but due to ballistic physics, the impact was worse for the Confederates. Inexperienced soldiers overshooting their targets was common during the early years of the war, but shooting downhill exacerbated the effect for the Confederates, while shooting uphill minimized the effect for the Federals. As night fell, the Federals were finally pushed back and withdrew at 2100, having inflicted 532 casualties and taken 256. Despite the disparity in casualties, the South was so desperate for good news that the Battle of McDowell was lauded as a major victory and restored its failing hope. Jackson chased the Federals back to Franklin before returning to Staunton on May 13th. It was time to deal with Banks. Meanwhile, both Banks and Ewell were confused. If he followed all his orders, he'd have to simultaneously avoid battle with Banks, attack Banks, pursue Shields, join Jackson, and return to Richmond and rejoin Johnston. On May 18th, he decided to follow Jackson's orders, until explicitly ordered otherwise, and linked up with him at Mount Solon. Jackson began marching his 17,000 men north on May 20th. Banks had never been clear about his role in the Staunton operation and had received conflicting information from Lincoln and Fremont. After learning of the defeat at McDowell, Banks withdrew to Strasburg and began fortifying his position while asking for orders. However, Lincoln was too busy stressing over McClellan's foot dragging, leaving Banks just holding position. Banks therefore fortified Strasburg, expecting Ewell to attack along the Valley Turnpike. However, Hotchkiss's map showed that Banks could be easily outflanked via Front Royal. The Union garrison there was the only protection for Banks's communication lines to Washington and the escape route to Winchester. Therefore, Jackson planned to turn Banks's flank and envelop first the garrison, then Banks's whole command. A seldom-used pass through Massanutten Mountain ensured he'd surprise the garrison too. Jackson bypassed Federal scouts via Page Valley and approached Front Royal on May 23rd. Ashby's cavalry cut the telegraph and rail line to Strasburg, then demonstrated to keep Banks from moving. Unaware that he only faced 1,100 unprepared Federals, Jackson ordered Ewell to swing around the Federal flank on Goonie Manor Road, while the Stonewall Brigade attacked directly via the Luray Road. Once in position, Jackson discovered that he was only facing the Union 1st Maryland Infantry, so he ordered the Confederate 1st Maryland Infantry to lead the assault, the only time two units with the same designation fought each other the whole war. The Federals were on alert for cavalry, but not the infantry attack at 1400, and were driven out of Front Royal with minimal resistance, abandoning their supply train. The Union troops regrouped around the heavy Parrott-rifled cannons on Richardson's Hill, while small detachments from the surrounding region joined them. However, Jackson's artillery overwhelmed the Federal guns, and a renewed attack collapsed the line. The Federals retreated across the Shenandoah River, setting the bridges on fire. Jackson's men were right on their heels and doused the fires, which enabled them to continue the attack at 1800. The Federals began retreating towards Winchester. Still, Confederate cavalry forded the river and pursued, turning the retreat into a rout. The casualty counts from Front Royal are heavily disputed, but at least 700 Federals were captured, with at least 80 killed or wounded. Jackson suffered fewer than 100 total casualties, and now had a clear path to Winchester and trapping Banks. At 1745, Banks learned about the Front Royal disaster and realized his flank was turned and immediately began withdrawing. Nothing was stopping Jackson from taking Winchester and cutting him off from Harper's Ferry. Jackson intended to intercept and destroy Banks as he marched. But he had to herd Banks towards Winchester, lest he instead slip behind Jackson and escape over the Blue Ridge Mountains. Therefore, he split his force. The cavalry moved to Newton to ambush Banks's vanguard, while Ewell marched halfway to Winchester to wait for confirmation of Banks's movements. The rest of the army remained strung between Front Royal and Cedarville to block Banks. Banks was moving before dawn on May 24th, and Jackson got confirmation of his retreat down the Valley Pike around noon. He immediately force-marched to intercept Banks at Middletown, sending orders to Ewell and the cavalry to close the trap. Jackson attacked the Federals in Middletown at 1500, but at 1600 they disengaged and fled southwest. He'd been fighting the rearguard, not the main force. Jackson marched north, passing hundreds of supply wagons, abandoned following cavalry attacks on Banks's retreating column. However, his hopes to crush Banks were dashed when he caught up to his cavalry who'd stopped to loot abandoned supply wagons. Having found casks of medical whiskey, they were now severely drunk. Jackson forced them back into the saddle and continued after Banks until pausing at 0100 on May 25th. At 0400, Jackson got his army moving again. He had to catch Banks before he could regroup and link up with Ewell, which meant pushing his men to their limit. Banks knew he was severely outnumbered, but Winchester's streets were narrow and his men were exhausted. Any further retreat would be slow and chaotic, so he prepared defenses while the remaining supply wagons and the wounded evacuated to Harper's Ferry. Jackson arrived outside Winchester at 0500, but thick fog prevented battle until 0540. Banks's defenses easily repelled the initial attacks until the lifting fog revealed the Federal line couldn't fully cover Bowers Hill. Jackson's artillery attempted to pin down the Federal batteries, but Union sharpshooters picked off the gunners, forcing Jackson to redeploy. Ewell arrived, and Jackson decided to simply overwhelm the Federals on Bowers Hill. 3 brigades assaulted the Union right flank, while another 3 charged up the hill. The lone Union brigade on the hill collapsed, and Banks's troops fled through Winchester. Despite Jackson ordering a vigorous pursuit, his men and horses were too tired to go on. Nevertheless, only 4,000 Federals escaped across the Potomac, though it's not clear how many were captured versus deserted. Jackson had suffered only 397 casualties, while capturing more supplies in 3 days than he'd received from Richmond in 2 months. His men thereafter derisively called Banks Commissary Officer Banks. Banks's defeat resurrected the fears from March, and Lincoln responded strongly. Planning to trap and destroy Jackson, McDowell was to send Shields with 2 divisions to the valley, rather than to McClellan as planned. Fremont was to march for Harrisonburg immediately and cut Jackson's supply line to the lower valley. Banks was to recross the Potomac and drive Jackson towards Fremont. On paper, Jackson would be trapped by Banks and Fremont's anvil before Shields' hammer destroyed him. However, Lincoln's plan was doomed. Banks's troops were in no condition to re-engage. However, Fremont was a bigger problem. It was only 20 miles between Franklin and Harrisonburg, but the road was steep, narrow, and unmaintained. Marching an army over it was stupid, but Lincoln didn't know that when he gave the orders. Instead, Fremont had to march north to Moorefield, then east to Strasburg. This would be an unsynchronized pincer movement, rather than a devastating hammer and anvil. Jackson learned of Shields' movements on May 26th. He'd camped at Charlestown to threaten Harper's Ferry, per orders from Lee, but he didn't know about Fremont. After ensuring that Banks wouldn't move via a series of demonstrations, he began another forced march back up the valley on May 30th. Marching rapidly along the paved Valley Turnpike, Jackson slipped between the converging Federals at Strasburg on June 1st. Knowing that the Federals didn't know about the passes over Massanutten Mountain, nor the layout of the upper valley, Jackson again planned to defeat them in detail. If he seized the bridges at Port Republic, there was no way for the 2 Union armies to combine against him. The weather cooperated, as a week of rain turned the unpaved roads the Federals were using into mud, ensuring that Jackson easily reached Port Republic on June 6th. Jackson sent Ewell to Cross Keys opposing Fremont. At 0800 on June 8th, Fremont's scouts engaged Ewell's pickets. Despite outnumbering Ewell 11,500 to 5,800, Fremont thought he faced Jackson's entire army. He therefore just ineffectually bombarded Ewell's line, which was being fortified. Fremont finally advanced at 10:30, intending an echelon attack against Ewell's right. However, the lead brigade became entangled in the woods, and only the 8th New York Regiment actually advanced on Trimble's brigade. It suffered 40% casualties and fell back, further disorganizing the Federal advance and prompting a retreat. Trimble opportunistically followed the Federals via a ravine, nearly making the Union rear, before being driven back by cannon fire. Fremont pulled his men back to defensive positions, and the fight on the right was over in 10 minutes. Fremont thought Trimble was the vanguard of a major attack, and moved to meet this supposed threat. At 12:30, the Federal center attacked, and was actually pushing through Ewell's center when orders to retreat arrived. Fremont had ordered the attack as a distraction, still thinking that he faced Jackson and not just Ewell. While the attack might have won the battle outright, once Fremont was confident, he could disengage and move into a better position to defend against the imaginary flank attack. He pulled back to his starting position by nightfall. Ewell rejoined Jackson that night, having suffered fewer than 300 casualties and inflicted at least 600. Trimble was left behind to keep Fremont pinned. If he advanced, Trimble was to withdraw and burn the bridges behind him, which would happen the next day at 0900. Meanwhile, Shields was advancing on Port Republic via Luray Road. With his cavalry's horses too bedraggled to properly scout, Jackson advanced rapidly to surprise Shields. The Stonewall Brigade made contact with Erastus Tyler's 3,500-strong vanguard on the Shenandoah River's flatlands north of Port Republic. Tyler's artillery on the Coaling repelled the initial attack, and Jackson continued piecemeal attacks to overwhelm the Federals before they were reinforced. Finally, Jackson called for the crack Louisiana Brigade. Taylor's troops charged the Coaling with the Rebel Yell and were driven back twice. However, a third charge overran the position, and the artillery was captured after hand-to-hand fighting. After the Coaling fell, Tyler was forced to withdraw under fire and fight his way back to Shields. Jackson fell back into Port Republic and burned the remaining bridges, ensuring that Shields couldn't join Fremont, who'd arrived around noon but couldn't cross the river. Frustrated, he angrily shelled Jackson's retreating army, mostly hitting ambulances. Jackson had inflicted at least 1,000 casualties while suffering about 800. Unable to reach Jackson or link up, Fremont and Shields withdrew. At Harrisonburg, Fremont discovered that Lincoln had ordered him to not advance beyond the town, but the orders had arrived days too late. Fremont dejectedly joined Banks in Harper's Ferry. Meanwhile, Shields withdrew to Front Royal, then left the valley to join McDowell's command for the second time, bitterly complaining about all the useless marching his men had been subjected to. Lincoln learned a hard lesson about the difficulties of directing battles from afar and the danger of divided command structures. As the South celebrated, Jackson received new orders. His army, at its peak strength of 17,000, marched 646 miles in 48 days and won 5 victories against 50,000 Federals. They'd been rightly extolled as the foot cavalry by Southern papers and had become the most feared soldiers in the Confederacy. Now, Lee recalled them. He'd taken over from the wounded Johnston and needed Jackson for his offensive against McClellan. On June 18th, Jackson's troops began another forced march, this time out of the valley to Richmond. McClellan would later blame the Peninsula Campaign's failure on Lincoln's refusal to send him the troops Jackson had tied up in Shenandoah Valley. Historians are more circumspect. The only reason he'd failed to take Richmond with 120,000 men, facing 75,000, was his own timidity. If he couldn't win with 120,000, it's unlikely he could do it with 200,000. While Jackson's Valley campaign is studied as a brilliant example of defeat in detail, using superior intelligence and interior lines, today it's considered a strategic diversion rather than a strategic victory. McClellan finally crawled forward on April 4th, meeting the 1st Confederate line at Lee's Mill the next day. Confederate Major General John Magruder spread his 11,000 troops thinly, while marching them in circles, tricking McClellan into believing he faced 100,000 rebels. McClellan halted and prepared to besiege Yorktown. Magruder let McClellan believe the lie until May 3rd, when he withdrew during the night. Johnston planned a Fabian withdrawal up the peninsula, before ambushing McClellan once he got strung out. On the 5th, his rearguard fought a successful delaying action outside Williamsburg. On the 7th, a Federal attempt to intercept the retreat via amphibious assault was contained at Eltham's Landing. The scuttling of ironclad CSS Virginia opened the James River, and Lincoln, visiting Fort Monroe to observe the campaign, ordered a naval attack on Richmond, but it was turned back by batteries on Drury's Bluff. On May 17th, Johnston's men retreated into Richmond's defences. McClellan had also moved so slowly that he'd never strung out as Johnston expected. However, McClellan was now convinced he was outnumbered 2-1, when in reality he outnumbered Johnston 5-3. Again, he settled into siege lines, straddling the Chickahominy while screaming for all available reinforcements to be sent to him. The 5th Corps cleared Confederate detachments from Hanover Courthouse to open the road for the 1st Corps to rejoin the army. However, it had been diverted to counter Jackson, now running wild in Shenandoah Valley. Richmond could not withstand a siege. However, Johnston realized that McClellan, bedridden with malaria, was more interested in establishing supply bases than advancing. He'd left 1/3 of his army south of the Chickahominy in exposed positions, and Johnston intended to capitalize. A.P. Hill and Magruder's divisions would launch diversions on the north bank, while James Longstreet led 51,000 men to attack the 30,000 Federals on the south bank from 3 directions, overwhelming and destroying them. However, Davis's earlier meddling bore fruit. Longstreet either misunderstood his verbal orders or changed them without telling Johnston. Other written orders were either lost or vague, and many officers didn't know or ignored that Longstreet was in command of the operation. Consequently, the plan fell apart before it began. The attack began at 0800 on May 31st, but Longstreet took the wrong road, delaying his attack for hours. The assault force was waiting for Longstreet to initiate the battle, and so they just stood around waiting. At 1300, an impatient D.H. Hill finally attacked the Union's far left flank near Fair Oaks Station alone. Acoustic shadows meant neither commanding general heard the battle commence. This initial wave of 10,000 rebels smashed through Union skirmishers only to be halted at the breastworks. Brigadier General Silas Casey sent out desperate pleas for reinforcements, but they were slow to arrive, and Casey's division was overwhelmed as more rebels joined the attack piecemeal. By 1430, the Union troops fell back to redoubts near Seven Pines. McClellan had still received no reports of action. Johnston was out looking for the attack force, but thanks to the acoustic shadows, he still heard nothing. Here, the battle stabilized as individual Union officers marched to the sound of the guns, directed by balloon observations. It wasn't until 1600 that Johnston learned what was happening, after Longstreet asked permission to join the battle he was supposed to be leading. Despite the additional Confederate pressure, overwhelming Union numbers began to tell, and a counterattack began, during which Johnston received a bullet wound in the arm and shrapnel to the chest while riding forward to organize the chaos. McClellan never took control of the battle. The battle petered out as night fell. During the night, individual Union regiments attempted night attacks, only to find that many Confederate units had left their positions. Fighting resumed the next morning along the line, but accomplished nothing, and the Confederates retreated by noon, having suffered 6,100 casualties and inflicted 5,400. After Seven Pines, McClellan abandoned any remaining offensive pretense. Seeing his beloved soldiers become casualties completely gutted him. He refused to move until his siege guns, delayed by heavy spring rain, arrived, and he could bombard the rebels out of Richmond. Meanwhile, Robert E. Lee, Davis's military advisor, took command from the incapacitated Johnston. Realizing McClellan's intentions, Lee used the reprieve to recall Jackson from the valley, plan his response, and reorganize Johnston's Department of Virginia into the Army of Northern Virginia. He couldn't directly counter McClellan's siege guns, so he'd use boldness instead. First Johnston and now Lee had realized that McClellan's public bravado was hollow. Thus, while they might not be able to fight him away, they could certainly intimidate him away from Richmond. Needing more information, Lee dispatched cavalry under Jeb Stuart to reconnoiter the Federal right. Stuart rode 100 miles in 3 days, completely circling the Union Army and reporting that following Seven Pines, the Union Army had redeployed south of the Chickahominy. Only the 5th Corps remained above it, and it and the supply line to White House Landing on the right flank were exposed. Therefore, Lee gambled that McClellan wouldn't attack again, and he could destroy the exposed Union right by concentrating most of his army against one Union corps. He planned for Jackson's Valley veterans to seize White House Landing, while Magruder's division demonstrated on the Union left. The rest of the army would overwhelm the exposed Union troops. The attack was scheduled for June 26th. However, McClellan realized the risk and abandoned White House Landing for Harrison Landing. On June 25th, McClellan finally advanced on Oak Grove to secure positions for his siege guns. At 0800, 3 brigades moved towards the high ground. While the center and left brigades successfully pushed through the rebel defenses, Sickles' brigade on the right fell behind, opening a window for a successful counterattack which temporarily halted the advance until reinforcements arrived. McClellan, managing the battle via telegraph from 3 miles away, panicked and ordered a withdrawal at 10:30 so he could rescue the situation in person. He arrived at 1200, realized that they'd been winning the battle until he meddled, and sent his troops forward again at 1300. By nightfall, they'd retaken their objectives. This was the closest the Federal Army came to taking Richmond until 1864. The next morning, Jackson was supposed to initiate the attack on the Union right flank, near Mechanicsville, with AP and D.H. Hill supporting him once he engaged. However, that attack never came. During the Valley Campaign, his soldiers had earned a reputation as foot cavalry for their rapid advances and maneuvers, allowing Jackson to execute one of the greatest defeat-in-detail campaigns in military history. However, they'd been force marching for nearly 5 months and were utterly exhausted. Jackson was in equally poor shape. Consequently, he moved too slowly and never engaged. Instead, AP Hill grew impatient waiting for Jackson and attacked towards Mechanicsville at 1500. The Union division in town quickly fell back to prepared defenses behind Beaver Dam Creek and easily repelled the attack with massed artillery. Lee arrived, realized the situation, and sent Longstreet and D.H. Hill forward to support the attack. Union reinforcements stabilized the front, and darkness ended the fighting. Jackson did eventually arrive as the fighting wound down and made camp instead. Lee gained nothing but 1,484 casualties, inflicting just 361. That night, Major General Fitzjohn Porter realized that the 5th Corps' flank was exposed and shifted to better positions along Boatswain's Swamp near Gaines Mill. Despite calls from his generals to attack Magruder's exposed position with overwhelming force, which would have easily broken through, McClellan refused. In his mind, Magruder's force alone outnumbered the Army of the Potomac, which was in danger of being surrounded. On June 27th, Lee again concentrated 57,000 men against the 5th Corps, unaware it had redeployed. The plan was essentially the same as the previous day. While AP Hill and Longstreet attacked and pinned the left flank, Jackson and D.H. Hill would circle around the Union's exposed right flank and attack from the rear. Again, Jackson was late. D.H. Hill advanced to Old Cold Harbor at 1300, expecting to link up with Jackson, but instead found Union defenses. Realizing that the flank had moved, he fell back. Acoustic shadows kept Lee ignorant of this development. Meanwhile, AP Hill's advance across Beaver Dam Creek encountered nothing but skirmishes until finding Porter's primary defenses along Boatswain's Swamp. The swamp and Union reinforcements stifled the attack. Meanwhile, McClellan became convinced that the right was lost and began to prepare a full retreat. Jackson's lead division reached the field at 1530 and was ordered to support Longstreet's diversionary attack to rescue Hill, which succeeded with heavy casualties. Despite calls for a counterattack, McClellan refused to move from defensive positions. Jackson himself finally arrived at 1900, having gotten lost on the wrong road. After finally linking up with D.H. Hill, they assaulted the Union left, while Longstreet and Hill again attacked the right, first piecemeal, then in large waves. At dusk, Porter's line was broken, but he retreated across the Chickahominy under cover of night, burning all the bridges behind him. McClellan's last nerve shattered. Magruder's reconnaissance in force on the 27th confirmed, in only his mind, that he was surrounded and was about to be attacked on all sides by a superior force, and he panicked. McClellan ordered a full retreat to Harrison's Landing and the safety of Union gunboats, telegraphing Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, "If I save this army now, I tell you plainly that I owe no thanks to you or any other persons in Washington. You have done your best to sacrifice this army," though the Signal Office didn't pass on the last part. Lee intended to attack again to cut the Federal retreat, but didn't know where McClellan was headed until close to nightfall. McClellan's logistical genius was in full effect as he maneuvered the baggage train south through the choke points in White Oak Swamp on the 28th. Once the supplies were clear, McClellan left for Harrison's Landing without designating a second-in-command and played no further part in the campaign beyond sending Porter ahead to establish a defensive position on Malvern Hill. The army regrouped around Savage's Station, its main supply base, while the corps commanders worked out the retreat. Union morale plummeted once they realized that the burning supplies meant they were retreating, and many wounded had to be left behind. Meanwhile, Lee smelled blood and was determined to pursue and destroy the Federal Army completely. Jackson was to rebuild a Chickahominy bridge, link up with Magruder, and launch a powerful enough attack on the rearguard to make the Federals turn and fight long enough for the rest of his army to circle around and block the road. Skirmishing began around 0900, but tapered off around 1100 as Union forces pushed back the Confederates and gradually withdrew. Jackson thought he had to rebuild all the bridges, and a garbled attack order came across as orders to guard the crossings, so he didn't engage. Magruder, hesitant and outnumbered, failed to attack until 1700. The fighting around Savage's Station devolved into an artillery duel accompanying scattered attacks and counterattacks, with the only notable occurrence being the Land Merrimac, a Confederate armored train, bombarding the Union position. The Union withdrew to positions strung out between White Oak Swamp and Glendale that night. Lee realized this was his last chance to destroy the Union Army, and again resolved to attack with his whole army. A.P. Hill and Longstreet would attack the Federal left to cut off their escape, while Jackson turned the right in a double envelopment. However, Jackson never made it across White Oak Swamp. On the verge of mental and physical collapse, and finding the main bridge destroyed, he milled about on the north side rather than find an alternative route through the swamp. He finally ordered an artillery bombardment at 1400, then fell asleep under a tree until 1600. Longstreet and Hill waited for Jackson's attack until 1600, when Union artillery forced them to attack. They successfully pierced the Union's line, but were thrown back by brutal counterattacks. Again, darkness ended the inconclusive, bloody fighting. During the night, the Federals completed their retreat to Malvern Hill, where Porter had cleared sightlines for the 250 cannons supporting breastworks for the whole army by removing all trees and vegetation between the forest and hill. Lee wouldn't let the Federals go and planned one last attack. An artillery barrage would suppress the Union guns and provide a smokescreen for the assault. Jackson was to attack Malvern Hill down the Quaker Road, while the rest of the army followed, fanning out across the line as they engaged. The exhausted and demoralized Federals would simply be overwhelmed if they didn't break. However, the Union gunners anticipated Lee and opened fire at 1300. By 1430, all Confederate batteries were out of action. The assault columns were delayed and separated from each other by muddy roads and bad navigation, and weren't ready to attack until 1530, well after the smoke cleared. The attack went forward anyway in 3 waves, but were bloodily repelled, with no unit coming closer than 200 yards of the main works. Malvern Hill wasn't a tenable position due to exposed supply lines, and McClellan ordered it abandoned, with the entire army huddling around Harrison's Landing. The Peninsular Campaign was over, and with it all confidence in McClellan's abilities. In 7 days, Lee's boldness had intimidated him into defeat, inflicting 15,855 casualties at the price of 20,204. Morale soared in the Confederacy, and Lee now sought to use that boost to move north and end the war. Having gloriously fled an inferior foe for the safety of the James River, McClellan spent July refusing to move from Harrison's Landing. He insisted that Lee had at least 200,000 soldiers, but that he could retake the offensive and drive on Richmond again if all Union forces in the east and west were immediately sent to reinforce him. However, President Lincoln and the cabinet were thoroughly disenchanted with McClellan. Their intelligence said Lee hadn't fielded more than 90,000 soldiers during the Peninsular Campaign, and couldn't have more than 80,000 now. The only thing preventing McClellan's 100,000 troops from taking Richmond was their general's delusions. Therefore, Lincoln brought in Henry Halleck, a less talented but more realistic general from the Western Theater, to take over as General-in-Chief. Recognizing that the units Jackson had humiliated during the Valley Campaign were aimlessly licking their wounds in northern Virginia, and could make another drive on Richmond, Halleck and Lincoln tapped Major General John Pope to form a new army. Pope had won several victories in the Western Theater through audacity, and they hoped he would bring that spirit east. Pope's Republican ties and calls for a harder war against the Confederates didn't hurt either. What did hurt was Pope himself. He was a braggart and as diplomatic as a brick to the face. His corps commanders were all senior to him, which they found insulting, and his 45,000 men were demoralized. Pope's response upon taking command was to deliver a grandiose speech, touting his achievements in the West, extolling the aggressive spirit of the Western armies, and that he expected to only ever see the backs of his enemies. Instead of inspiring the army, Pope's bravado insulted everyone. Several subordinates resigned rather than serve with him. The new Army of Virginia never believed in its commander. On the other side, the Army of Northern Virginia was in poor condition despite high morale. The Confederacy couldn't keep its military supplied, much less reinforced. Lee's ammunition stocks were full, but only through looting Union supplies, and he struggled to replace the 20,000 casualties from the 7 days' battles. The Confederacy's manpower had dried up, while men still flocked to Union recruiting stations. The Confederate Congress had adopted America's first conscription law in April, but enforcing it was proving difficult. He had about 80,000 men in his department, but garrisoning Richmond and other positions while protecting supply lines meant he only had about 55,000 available for action. Worse, while Union troops were regularly issued new uniforms, weapons, and shoes, his troops had to wait their turn each time increasingly rare shipments arrived from the few southern factories. Lee realized that he had to win the war quickly to avoid defeat. However, his army needed reorganization. He'd failed to land a decisive blow during the 7 days, primarily due to poor coordination, caused by decentralized command. Directly issuing orders to division commanders had led to confusion, overmanagement, and miscommunication. To solve this, the Army's 11 divisions were consolidated into 7. Stonewall Jackson and James Longstreet, his best officers, were made lieutenant generals to command each wing of the army, with J.E.B. Stuart commanding the cavalry. Lee also changed his command style. Rather than prepare specific battle plans, his lieutenants would be assigned objectives and a desired end state, and then given discretion to achieve their objectives. Lee couldn't deal with both McClellan and Pope should they unite their commands. However, Lee knew McClellan wasn't a threat and spotted an opportunity. Pope's orders were to move towards Gordonville and cut the Virginia Central Railroad, securing both Washington's flank and the Shenandoah Valley while making life as difficult for Confederate sympathizers as possible before linking up with McClellan. Pope was due significant reinforcements, but his advance would be isolated and therefore exposed. Lee planned to use this isolation to trap and destroy Pope, hoping to produce a Saratoga-esque victory and win the Confederacy European recognition. The first step was to protect the Virginia Central, a major lifeline for Richmond, and by extension the army. To this end, Jackson was sent to Gordonville with 14,000 troops, successfully thwarting efforts by Union cavalry to cut the line on July 19th and 22nd. On July 26th, paroled prisoners alerted him that increased Union naval traffic meant Pope's reinforcements were arriving. This convinced him to dispatch A.P. Hill with 12,000 men to reinforce Jackson, while stepping up artillery bombardments and diversions against McClellan. This caused McClellan to scream for reinforcements again. Halleck finally put him in his place, responding that the fact Lee hadn't already crushed the Army of the Potomac proved that McClellan's assessment was wrong. However, if McClellan actually was as outnumbered as he claimed, all the reinforcements in the Union would accomplish nothing. Lee could easily intercept and destroy them piecemeal. Finally, he was uselessly sitting around in the Virginia bottomlands in July. His army's hospitals were already filled with yellow fever and malaria patients, and it wasn't the height of mosquito season yet. Therefore, unless he advanced by August 4th, McClellan was ordered to evacuate Virginia and return to Washington, D.C. before moving to support Pope's advance. Stung by the rebuke, McClellan petulantly didn't follow his orders until August 14th. Pope didn't wait for McClellan, and on July 29th ordered his vanguard to march for Cedar Mountain and establish a base to raid the Virginia Central Railway. Confederate cavalry alerted Jackson to the move, and he advanced on Culpeper Courthouse, intending to defeat Pope's corps in detail as he'd done in Shenandoah. However, the July heat slowed his advance. Worse, Jackson never told his division commanders their objective or to hurry their march. Consequently, Union cavalry discovered Jackson's position and warned Pope, who ordered his leading corps commander, Nathaniel Banks, to move to defensive positions and await reinforcements. Banks had been repeatedly victimized by Jackson during the Valley Campaign and knew that giving Jackson the initiative was suicidal. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Banks refused his orders and moved forward to ambush Jackson, looking for revenge. At noon on August 9th, Jackson's vanguard under Jubal Early discovered Federal artillery and cavalry on a ridge above the Cedar Run crossings. Early pulled back and deployed on the right of the field, while additional forces moved up the road to form the left flank. The 98° Fahrenheit heat made their movement sluggish, and there were still gaps in the line when an artillery duel commenced at 15:30. Federal fire made Confederate disorganization worse, until the leftmost division's general was mortally wounded, and whose replacement had never been told the battle plan. At that moment, Banks's infantry moved from cover behind the ridge and charged the Confederate line. Early's troops were pushed back but held together. But the left disintegrated as Union troops charged through gaps in its line and began to attack artillery in the rear. At that moment, Jackson arrived with reinforcements and rallied his fleeing Valley veterans. He swiftly organized an overwhelming counterattack that shattered Banks's corps. Only nightfall and approaching reinforcements stopped Jackson's pursuit. Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, would tend to the battlefield wounded for the first time after this battle. Jackson held position, expecting additional Union attacks. However, Halleck had ordered Pope to await reinforcements from McClellan near Culpeper. On August 12th, Jackson fell back on Gordonsville. Lee dispatched Longstreet north on the 13th, and after seeing McClellan leaving the peninsula, brought the remaining troops to Gordonsville, reuniting the army. He planned a turning movement against Pope, using Stuart's cavalry to destroy railway bridges and isolate him before crushing the army. However, Federal cavalry captured a dispatch rider carrying the plan and alerted Pope, who withdrew to Rappahannock. Stuart in turn captured Union dispatches showing that Pope had already been reinforced to 77,000 men, which would be expanded to 130,000 by September. Lee needed to strike swiftly, but the flooding Rappahannock limited operations to ineffective skirmishes near the crossings. Finally, on August 25th, Lee opted for an audacious plan proposed by Jackson. He and Stuart would flank Pope's right using the Blue Ridge Mountains to hide his movement, and cut Pope's communication line, the Orange and Alexandria Railroad. This would force Pope to move, during which Jackson could pin him while Lee and Longstreet flanked and crushed the army. Dividing the army in the face of superior numbers flew in the face of all military logic and doctrine, but Lee trusted Jackson. Jackson began the march that night. After slipping through the thoroughfare gap unnoticed, he cut the railroad at Briscoe Station before continuing on to Manassas Junction, Pope's supply base, destroying everything his men couldn't eat or carry off. Next, they pushed across Bull Run Bridge, routing the defenders before reaching the first Bull Run battlefield. Pope ordered Joseph Hooker to intercept Jackson, but Hooker was blocked by Richard Ewell at Kettle Creek Run. That night, Jackson secretly entrenched behind an unfinished railbed near Stony Ridge to await developments. By August 28th, Pope had lost track of Jackson and seemingly forgot that Lee was still out there. After his cavalry failed to locate Jackson, infantry columns were dispatched to search. Realizing that Pope was setting himself up for a crushing flank attack, Jackson attacked a column near Bronner's Farm at 1830 to keep Pope from wandering away. The attack went poorly, and Jackson was pushed back after suffering as many casualties as he inflicted. However, the strategic goal was achieved. Wrongly believing Jackson was retreating from Centerville when the infantry had caught up to him, Pope ordered his army to turn, surround, and capture the isolated Jackson. However, Jackson wasn't in the positions Pope thought he was, and his own troops weren't where he thought they were. Worse, he still believed, against evidence, that Longstreet was in Gordonville. In reality, Longstreet had pushed through the cavalry screen guarding the thoroughfare gap and was preparing to close the trap. It's not clear why Pope didn't know this. At dawn on the 29th, Jackson dispatched Stuart to guide Longstreet's forces into position to ambush Pope. While he waited, Jackson noticed Federal troops preparing to attack and redistributed his forces to hold the railbed until Longstreet was ready. John Buford's cavalry discovered Longstreet's movement at 08:15, but Pope wasn't told until 1900. Meanwhile, Pope was discovering that his complacent attack wasn't happening, thanks to his misinformed and confusingly written orders. The Green First Corps was in position, but only by pure coincidence. The rest of his forces either hadn't received orders or were trying to make sense of the impossible movements they'd been assigned. Rather than adjust, he berated his officers and ordered them to get into position without clarifying what positions and where. The First Corps still attacked as ordered, but since Jackson wasn't where Pope thought, its intended flanking attack became a series of bloody and ineffective frontal charges against prepared positions. However, General Sigel believed his objective was just holding Jackson in place, and continued his attack. Pope arrived at 1300 to discover that planned reinforcements hadn't arrived, and Sigel wasn't fighting the battle Pope wanted. He decided to bring up fresh troops and assault Jackson's center. He also thought he ordered Fitzjohn Porter and Irvin McDowell to attack the right, but in reality his message confusingly suggested they either advance on Gainesville or hold position. Perplexed and discovering unexpected rebels to his front, Porter halted the column. This was actually fortunate for the Union. Longstreet was in position to close the trap by 1200, just waiting for Pope to fully commit against Jackson. However, Stuart spotted Porter near Dawkins Branch and warned Longstreet that his nemesis from the peninsula could turn his flank. As a result, Longstreet held the attack, convincing Lee to wait for a better opportunity. Union forces continued to hammer Jackson until nightfall, pushing back his left flank. This withdrawal reinforced Pope's belief that Jackson was retreating, and Buford's late arriving report made him believe that Longstreet was coming late to relieve Jackson. Needing to finish Jackson before that happened, Porter was finally explicitly ordered to attack Jackson's right, once the rest of the army engaged the left and center. During the night, Longstreet's final division arrived, and in confusion moved too close to the Federal position. Realizing the mistake on the dawn of August 30th, they withdrew, which reinforced Pope's delusion that Jackson was retreating. Refusing to let him go, and against the advice of his generals, Pope ordered more attacks. Jackson was nearly overwhelmed as his men ran out of ammunition as Porter advanced to finish the job. This was what Lee had waited for, and Longstreet's troops attacked. However, the Union Army's loose formation accidentally saved it. 2 brigades were near Longstreet's position awaiting orders. These units raised the alarm and bought enough time for Porter and McDowell to turn and meet the attack. As word spread, individual commanders began moving to defensive positions independently of Pope, who still believed he only faced Jackson. Longstreet surged forward and Jackson joined the attack at 1800, but the Federal positions on Henry Hill held. Stuart attempted to swing around the flank for a rear attack, but was driven back by Buford. During the night, Pope withdrew to Centerville, before continuing to Washington. Jackson attempted to cut him off at Chantilly, but the rearguard held, and Pope successfully linked up with McClellan. Lee had won a great victory, and his men knew it. They'd convincingly beaten a superior army, inflicting 14,500 casualties at the price of 7,300. From this victory came the elan and morale that made the Army of Northern Virginia legendary. However, it wasn't the victory Lee needed. Pope was humiliated and his army crippled, but it had escaped intact. This was a major tactical victory, but it wasn't a Saratoga-level strategic victory. He needed something more. Though Pope's army was safely within Washington's defenses, Pope was besieged. He court-martialed Porter as a scapegoat, but it was clear his arrogance and ineptitude disqualified him from frontline command. Instead, he was reassigned to fight the Dakota War. This derailed Lincoln's plan to rid himself of McClellan, with plausible deniability, by folding his army into Pope's. Instead, McClellan would reabsorb the Army of Virginia. His cabinet objected to giving McClellan another chance, but as Lincoln explained, "We must use what tools we have. There is no man in the army who can man these fortifications and lick these troops of ours into shape half as well as he. If he can't fight himself, he excels in making others ready to fight." Testifying to McClellan's abilities, the army was reorganized and ready for its bloodiest test a week after Second Bull Run. Following First Bull Run, Joseph Johnston had contemplated but rejected an offensive against the North. Doing so would severely undermine Confederate diplomacy, claiming they were acting in self-defense. More importantly, there was no viable target. Washington was rapidly becoming the most fortified city in the world, which protected Baltimore by proximity. Marching on Philadelphia was insanely risky, and no other reachable cities would deal a knockout blow to Northern morale. Thus, he'd remained in Virginia. However, Lee concluded by September 3rd that remaining in Virginia wasn't viable. While Pope's depredation campaign had done significant damage to Northern Virginia, it was nothing compared to the normal damage armies caused on the campaign. From Shenandoah to the sea, Virginia was devastated and couldn't supply his army. Leaving Virginia was the only way to feed his increasingly barefoot and hungry army, and the only viable justification for leaving was a northern invasion. Lee's primary goal was to reach Pennsylvania's rich farmland and feed his troops. His secondary objective was to cut the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, a major lifeline for both Washington and Baltimore. Lee believed threatening a major city might cost the Republicans their congressional majority that November. After recalling part of the Richmond garrison to replenish his army to 55,000, Lee informed Davis of his plans and started north, dispatching Jackson to take Harper's Ferry to secure their supply route and hopefully capture extensive military stores. Lee's vanguard crossed into Maryland on September 4th. By pure coincidence, another invasion was underway in Kentucky, led by Edmund Kirby Smith and Braxton Bragg. Jefferson Davis sent each general proclamations to distribute, explaining that they weren't a conquering force and were simply trying to aggressively end the war. The action was superfluous, as each general had already done so. Lee added that he was a liberator and invited Marylanders to join him. He received no takers. Western Maryland was firmly anti-slavery, and most of the Chesapeake region slaveholders were in prison or had already fled southward. Worse, around 10,000 soldiers fell out of the march. Several units refused to cross the Potomac, as they'd explicitly enlisted only to defend the South. Many suffered diarrhea after eating unripe corn, and many others simply couldn't continue after cutting their bare feet on the stony northern roads. Meanwhile, first panic, then resolution spread through Maryland and Pennsylvania as Lee approached. Both states called out their militia, while cities prepared to withstand sieges. McClellan was busily reincorporating Pope's former army, while trying to regain his former job from Halleck, when news of Lee's movement reached Washington. Lincoln ordered a pursuit, but again McClellan claimed, without evidence, that Lee had 120,000 men that his 107,000 couldn't hope to match. Knowing that Lee couldn't possibly have more than 70,000, Lincoln kicked McClellan into motion with 87,000 men on September 7th. The reception frightened Marylanders gave the army boosted morale, but their marching speed was glacial. McClellan finally reached Frederick early on September 13th, where Corporal Barton Mitchell discovered Lee's invasion plans wrapped around 3 cigars. Upon receiving the intelligence, McClellan exclaimed, "Now I know what to do." He then boastfully wired Lincoln that he had Lee bagged and would send trophies, before doing absolutely nothing with the intelligence for 18 hours. McClellan finally gave orders to advance on Lee through South Mountain that night. Lee learned through unknown means that his plans were discovered, and McClellan was closing in. Realizing the danger, he urgently recalled Jackson and sent reinforcements to hold South Mountain until Jackson arrived. They were insufficient, and Federal troops easily took Crampton's Gap. The defenders of Fox and Turner's Gaps put up a strong fight, but superior numbers let the Federals push through. Lee withdrew, the first time that had happened for the Army of the Potomac, boosting morale. Rather than pursue the disorganized rebels, McClellan again halted to reorganize. Lee used the time to concentrate and coordinate his troops to make a stand near Sharpsburg. Meanwhile, Jackson had surrounded 14,000 new Union recruits in Harper's Ferry, first driving them off Maryland Heights on September 13th and then surrounding the town. As it surrendered on September 15th, Jackson received word from Lee to march for Sharpsburg. Leaving AP Hill to finish securing captured supplies and paroled prisoners, Jackson marched out and reached Lee the next day. McClellan finally reached Lee's position early September 16th, finding him strung out along the low ridge behind Antietam Creek. McClellan was still convinced that Lee had at least 100,000 soldiers, despite the captured plans clearly showing he'd started with 55,000 total. Lee currently had only 18,000 troops to face McClellan's entire army, but despite pressure, McClellan refused to attack immediately. This allowed Longstreet to arrive from Hagerstown and Jackson from Harper's Ferry, increasing Lee's force to 37,000. After positioning his troops, McClellan issued written orders to his corps commanders to advance the next day, and then went to bed. He never held a council of war or actually explained the battle plan. Based on what happened, historians believe he intended an echelon attack, drawing Lee's forces to the left flank with heavy assaults, before rolling up the right flank. However, McClellan wouldn't arrive on the battlefield until 1300 and never realized nobody understood the plan. At 0530, Joseph Hooker's First Corps advanced towards Dunkard Church. An artillery duel began as his men left the North Wood and entered Miller's Cornfield, where they found Jackson's concealed rebels. A bloody, uncoordinated brawl ensued as units lost each other in the cornstalks and orders went unheard over cannon fire. However, Hooker's Iron Brigade pushed through the West Wood, repelling counterattacks, and Jackson's line neared collapse. Confederate reinforcements arrived at 0700 and drove Hooker back with a savage counterattack. Just then, Joseph Mansfield's 12th Corps arrived, attacking in deep columns to keep its raw recruits from bolting. Mansfield was mortally wounded as his 2nd Division broke through West Wood, chasing off batteries near Dunkard Church. Hooker was wounded trying to re-establish command. Sedgwick's division from Sumner's 2nd Corps arrived to turn the rebel flank in Eastwood, but by 0945 the attack was driven off with heavy casualties. By this time, the rest of the 2nd Corps was assaulting Lee's center, anchored along a sunken road beneath the ridge. Despite successfully holding off multiple attacks, the constant pressure forced Lee to deploy his last reserves at 10:30. As Southern officers fell, the defense became confused, and Caldwell's New York Brigade discovered a weak point. Breaking through, they turned enfilade fire down the road, remembered as Bloody Lane, to devastating effect. As Confederates fell back, Longstreet assembled a grand battery that slowed the Union advance, so a counterattack could halt it. Had McClellan put in the 5th and 6th Corps, the line may have broken, but instead he arrived and halted the northern attacks at 1300. To the south, Ambrose Burnside's 9th Corps was supposed to demonstrate to draw Lee's attention from Hooker before crossing Antietam Creek to attack the Confederate right, but only once explicitly ordered. Those orders didn't arrive until 1000. By that time, his 12,500 troops faced no more than 3,000 Confederates, as Lee redeployed against the northern attacks. However, not knowing his actual role, and thinking he only had to cross the creek, Burnside took his time and didn't make it across until 1300, taking far more casualties than the defenders. Here Burnside stalled again for 2 hours to replenish his ammunition. His attack finally commenced at 1500, and the rebel line began to collapse and flee into Sharpsburg. However, at 1530, A.P. Hill arrived and attacked Burnside's left, which crumbled. When Burnside requested reinforcements, McClellan told him only 1 battery was available, rather than the 2 corps he was keeping in reserve for the massive counterattack he expected from Lee's imaginary reserves. Fighting ceased at 1730, but the Battle of Antietam had been the bloodiest single day in American military history. McClellan had suffered 12,410 casualties, 25% of his army. Lee suffered 10,316 casualties, 31% of his army. Clara Barton brought medical supplies and spent weeks treating the wounded. That night, Lee slipped back across the Potomac. Other than a half-hearted attempt by Porter's 5th Corps at Shepherdstown, McClellan didn't pursue, despite explicit orders from the War Department. This was the final straw for Lincoln. Despite holding every material and informational advantage a general could ask for, the best McClellan could do was slightly push Lee back. McClellan was relieved of command on November 5th, ending his military career. Civil wars are inherently internal affairs. Consequently, navies rarely matter in terms of their outcome. The American Civil War was an exception. The Confederacy's economy was entirely based on overseas trade, making open sea lanes critical to the war effort. Additionally, Eastern America has numerous navigable rivers and inlets that allow for the rapid movement of troops and supplies. Therefore, both sides knew that achieving both brown and blue water naval supremacy was critical to victory. The Union Navy was tasked with enforcing a complete blockade of southern ports, taking control of the inland waterways and fighting rebel ships wherever they were found. The Confederate Navy sought to protect southern ports and break the blockade. While the Union had a harder job, it was also better positioned to accomplish its missions. Pre-war, the US Navy Registry had 90 ships, 42 were in active service and 48 were in various states of mothballing. Many, including all of its largest ships, were outdated sailing ships, and many steamships had new technology design flaws. It had neither a formal fleet doctrine nor admirals, and squadrons existed mostly for administrative efficiency. Individual cruising captains patrolled the sea lanes, protecting American shipping and suppressing piracy on their own initiative. When larger formations were needed, the senior-most captain would be temporarily appointed commodore to lead the mission. The higher rank of flag officer was seldom used. As the Secession crisis loomed, the Navy moved all its useful ships and naval stores to safer ports. Consequently, the secessionists only captured a handful of mothballed ships and the Pensacola Naval Yard prior to Fort Sumter. This proved to be no prize, as federally held Fort Pickens closed Pensacola's harbor. The Union Navy left no doubt of this by bombarding and destroying the yard, Fort McCree, and unintentionally nearby Warrenton in late 1861. Gosport Shipyard, modern-day Norfolk, was taken by Virginian secessionists via subterfuge on April 21, 1861, with its stores intact. This would be the Union Navy's biggest loss of the war. Both sides quickly began appropriating civilian steamers for military use, until purpose-built warships were ready, but the South couldn't match the North in expertise or tonnage. Most American shipping was crewed and based out of northern ports. Moreover, the majority of ocean-going ships were built in New England, New York, or Philadelphia, while St. Louis produced the most riverboats. The numerous southern ports were designed primarily for receiving import-export traffic and minor repairs. Although 25% of the Navy's personnel joined the South, there were never enough ships for them, and the Confederate Navy would only commission 101 vessels throughout the war. The Confederacy's first Secretary of the Navy, Stephen Mallory, was fully aware that the South lacked the industry to match Union numbers. Thus, he intended to beat them on quality and innovation. He would fail. The Confederacy paid for 5 casement ironclads on the Mississippi River in mid-1861. 3 were burned to avoid capture by approaching Union forces before being finished. The Louisiana was so poorly designed and built that it couldn't steam against the current. It was briefly used as a gun barge before being burned to avoid capture by approaching Union forces. Only the Arkansas ever saw service as a gunboat. It launched on April 26, 1861, after 8 months of construction, and successfully evaded Union squadrons on both the Yazoo and Mississippi rivers. Then, it was burned to avoid capture by approaching Union forces in August. Meanwhile, the 7 shallow-draft City-class ironclads, which formed the core of Union naval power on the Mississippi River, were designed, built and launched in 100 days, entering service in January 1862. They first saw action on February 6th and fought in every naval action thereafter. 5 survived the war. Abraham Lincoln's blockade declaration on April 19, 1861 was unprecedented in world history. No navy had ever been asked to close 180 ports along 3,500 miles of coastline. However, the Union Navy rose to the challenge, embarrassing the Army with its industriousness. Fort Pickens was reinforced, and Pensacola's closure was confirmed on April 11th. By April 24th, the few available ships were on station and intercepting Confederate shipping. The 4 blockade squadrons were organized in May. By June, the large freighters the cotton trade depended on had all been seized or had learned to stay away from the blockade lines, a process helped along by the Southern cotton embargo. In August, the Navy won the North's first significant victory, capturing the batteries on Cape Hatteras Inlet with minimal casualties. By November, 80 steamers and 60 sailing ships had been added to the fleet, and Port Royal and South Carolina were captured in the same fashion. Port Royal and Cape Hatteras were built up as support bases for the blockade squadrons, a process repeated on Gulf Coast islands. By February 1862, only the ports of Galveston, Mobile, Savannah, Charleston, and Wilmington remained open to blockade runners. Under international law, blockade running was legal so long as the ships weren't armed. The only repercussions for captured runners from non-belligerent nations was confiscation of the ship and cargo. The crews were returned home. Thus, blockade running was a low-risk, high-profit business enterprise. Numerous primarily British firms were established to run contraband through the Union blockade. As the blockade tightened, traditional cargo ships were abandoned for purpose-built, shallow-draft, narrow and stealthy blockade runners, with smokeless anthracite coal powering cutting-edge steam engines. Firms legally bought goods in Europe before legally shipping them to Bermuda, the Bahamas or Havana. They would then legally load them onto the blockade runners, who'd wait for suitably dark nights to illegally race past the Union Navy to southern ports. Once they arrived, the smugglers then traded their goods for cotton before running back. A single round trip would pay all expenses and make a handsome profit. The impact of these blockade runners on the war is debated. On the one hand, over 80% of known blockade running attempts succeeded, with the runners delivering at least 600,000 Enfield rifles and countless tons of desperately needed military supplies to the Confederacy. On the other hand, the Union captured or destroyed over 1,500 runners. Only a handful of known runners survived the war, and their deliveries of military arms were far below what the Confederacy actually needed. A full cargo of ammunition was only sufficient to supply one division for one battle. Additionally, most cargoes weren't meant for the Confederate military. Luxury goods fetched far higher prices, especially women's fashion, and the firms responded accordingly. The Confederate government first legislated runners having to dedicate cargo space for military supplies, then bought its own runners purely for gun running when the firms didn't comply. The bottom line is that Southern trade fell 95% from 1860 to 1865 thanks to the blockade, which caused shortages that the runners didn't alleviate. Realizing that the Union blockade was an existential threat, Mallory was determined to break it, but was undermined at every turn. Many of the Gosport naval guns were diverted for coastal defense or army usage. Many states retained ships and resources for their own use, rather than giving them to the Confederate Navy. Worse, Jefferson Davis called for privateers to attack the Union on April 17, 1861, which further dispersed resources and decentralized naval operations among numerous private captains. This would prove extremely detrimental in the Mississippi theater. With his authority and resources severely undercut, Mallory placed all his hopes on superior technology. The British and French had already built armored ships, which were normal steam and sail ships with armor plating, and Mallory intended to build on that development. He dreamed of purpose-built, steam-powered, ironclad gunboats with thick armor and powerful cannons to sink the blockade squadrons with impunity. Unfortunately, building them was a struggle. The Confederacy only had one foundry capable of producing armor plates or engine parts, and it was severely overtaxed making other war materials. It also had few experienced steam engineers and machinists, and little extra iron to work with. With the construction of new ships rapidly falling behind schedule, Mallory placed his hopes on a salvage job. Federal forces burned and scuttled 9 ships when they abandoned Gosport. The old sailing ships were completely destroyed, but the relatively modern screw frigate Merrimac was only burned to the waterline, leaving its engines and lower hull intact. Mallory ordered the Confederacy's first ironclad, the Virginia, to be constructed atop Merrimac's wreckage to speed up construction. The Merrimac's burned timbers were cut away and replaced with an armored casement. However, construction immediately went wrong. While Virginia was designed as a river and coastal gunboat, Merrimac was an ocean cruiser, and its deep draft hull meant Virginia couldn't actually operate in rivers. Much of the armor plating was of poor quality or missing. Originally designed for 4 inches of armor, only 2 inches, 51mm, were installed, and the gunport shutters never arrived before it went into action. Worse, Merrimac's engines were notoriously fragile and temperamental, which is why it had been mothballed in the first place. A year idle, a month underwater, and almost an extra ton of weight didn't help their performance. Virginia could barely make 5 knots and had a mile-wide turning circle. Its maneuverability was further hindered by installation of a ram. ramming was back in fashion after the privateer icebreaker-turned-ironclad Manassas attacked and lightly damaged 3 Union warships off New Orleans in December. Additionally, the North knew about Virginia and was building its own ironclad to counter it. Virginia's guns probably wouldn't penetrate another ironclad's armor, but its ram might. The North Atlantic Blockade Squadron knew that Virginia would be coming for them. Flag Officer Goldsborough planned to have his wooden-hulled frigates form a semicircle outside the mouth of the James River, using crossfire to pound the metal monster to death. However, he was in North Carolina when the battle came on March 8, 1862. Recently appointed Confederate flag officer Franklin Buchanan ordered Virginia and 5 converted civilian steamers toward Hampton Roads that morning. However, Virginia didn't reach Union lines until 1330. The sloop USS Cumberland and frigate USS Congress were on station. They opened fire as frigates Minnesota, Roanoke and St. Lawrence attempted to join the battle, only for the latter 2 to hit sandbars. While the steamers held back, Virginia ploddingly steamed towards Cumberland, seemingly unbothered by converging cannon fire. At 1400, Virginia rammed Cumberland, bursting her hull open. This was an almost fatal error as the ram stuck fast. Virginia would have followed Cumberland to the bottom had its prow not snapped off. Virginia ponderously turned towards Congress. Not knowing the ram was gone, Congress deliberately ran aground to prevent another attack. Instead, it became a sitting duck as steamers joined Virginia's attack. Congress surrendered around 1600. Buchanan emerged from Virginia to accept the surrender, only to be wounded by a sharpshooter on shore. Congress was set ablaze in retaliation. By this time, Minnesota had arrived, but also grounded. The steamers attacked but were severely outgunned, and Virginia couldn't close due to falling tides. She and her squadron retreated to Gosport, intending to return the next day. When news of Virginia's victory reached Washington, a general panic ensued. Months of newspaper coverage had made her out to be a monster, and it appeared they were right. In particular, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton panicked and openly declared that the capital had to be evacuated, as Virginia would surely arrive to bombard the city and burn the White House to the ground before destroying the East Coast. However, Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles shut him down at the cabinet meeting. Virginia's draft was too deep for the Potomac, and she was too poorly designed to sail coastal waters. More importantly, the North's own ironclad was about to enter the fray. Virginia hadn't escaped the battle unscathed. Damaged smokestacks reduced its speed to under 3 knots. 2 cannons had been destroyed, and most of the armor plate was bent and loose. The crew spent the night on emergency repairs and sailed out at dawn under Lieutenant Jones to finish off Minnesota. As she laboriously steamed into the road, a strange ship steamed to intercept her. It was the USS Monitor, John Ericsson's brainchild, which had arrived the previous night to defend Minnesota. Specifically designed to operate in coastal waters, Monitor had a shallow draft and low profile, with only its pilot house and an innovative revolving turret showing above the waterline. It was protected by 8 inches (200mm) of armor and mounted the largest guns Ericsson could find on short notice, 11-inch Dahlgrens. The 2 ironclads spent 4 hours pounding away at each other, with Minnesota adding occasional broadsides. Virginia's gunners could only target Monitor's turret, which rotated the guns into firing position, then rotated again to only present the armor. By 1000, the sheer weight of Monitor's shots were bashing gaps into Virginia's armor, which was temporarily grounded. Then, one of Monitor's guns was disabled by a misfire. After freeing itself, Virginia attempted a ramming attack, which Monitor easily dodged. However, a shot skidded in front of Monitor's pilot house, sending sparks and splinters into the captain's eyes. Monitor circled over a sandbar so command could be transferred, which Virginia interpreted as a retreat. Badly damaged, she returned to Gosport, unaware that Monitor had turned back to re-engage. Consequently, both sides claimed victory. The Battle of Hampton Roads was an unexpected naval watershed. It was the first battle between metal ships in history, and the death knell for wooden warships. However, neither combatant ever fought again. McClellan's arrival at Fort Monroe prompted the Confederates to evacuate Norfolk on May 9th. As Virginia couldn't escape up the shallow James River or to sea, she was burned to avoid capture. Monitor was lost in a storm on December 31st while being towed to the Carolinas. Out west, the Union achieved naval supremacy on the Mississippi after winning the only fleet actions of the war. Due to logistics and bureaucracy, the Western gunboat flotilla was under Army control, despite being officered and crewed by naval personnel. Western Theater Commander Major General Henry Halleck was unconvinced about the flotilla until Flag Officer Andrew Foote explained to him the value of joint operations to take control of river systems. Foote proved the concept alongside US Grant by taking Forts Henry and Donelson in February. In March, he steamed to Island No. 10 in support of John Pope's siege of the fortress, which blocked Union access to the Mississippi below Cairo. Here, another significant naval first was achieved when Foote ran gunboats past the batteries, a feat considered impossible during the Age of Sail. The garrison surrendered on April 8th. At the opposite end of the river, Flag Officer David Farragut and the West Gulf Squadron took note of Foote's actions. Despite being closed to Gulf traffic, New Orleans remained a major port for Mississippi River traffic and coastal shipping through Lake Pontchartrain. Taking the city would deprive the Confederacy of not only its largest city and trade hub, but would open the lower Mississippi to further operations. He just had to get past Forts Jackson and St. Phillips. It was now clear that fixed fortifications couldn't concentrate enough fire against steamships to sink them, a complete reversal from the Age of Sail. Farragut believed that a nighttime run would let him take New Orleans. However, his orders were to coordinate and attack with Benjamin Butler's army and Commander David Porter's mortarboats. Farragut ignored the obstinate Butler, but Porter was his foster brother and had to be given a chance. The Confederates noticed the buildup, but there was little to be done. The New Orleans defenses had been stripped of both men and cannons to support operations further north, believing the forts and a chain between them were sufficient protection. Still, 13 warships were dispatched, although they would only be of a little help. 2 ships were from the Louisiana State Navy, and 5 were Confederate Navy ships, including Manassas, the unfinished Mississippi, and the unsteerable Louisiana. The other 6 were cotton-clad rams from the River Defense Fleet. These were privateers operating steamers with bulkheads filled with compressed cotton for armor, which were organized under the Confederate Army but didn't answer to them or the Navy. There was no command structure or battle plan. Beginning April 18th, Porter's 21 mortar ships began bombarding the forts. However, they did no meaningful damage, and by the 20th, Farragut decided to just run the guns. That night, 3 gunboats successfully broke the chain. Porter's bombardment continued until April 23rd, when Farragut's 17 ships, separated into 3 squadrons, were ready. At 0300 on April 24th, Farragut ordered full steam ahead. The fleet was spotted passing the chain, but panicked Confederate fire couldn't meaningfully damage the fleet as expected. The 3 rear ships turned back, as dawn broke before they passed the forts. Louisiana couldn't effectively engage and was bypassed. Manassas attempted to engage, but was too lumbering to attack effectively. It lightly damaged the USS Mississippi and Brooklyn before being forced aground and set ablaze. As the fleet steamed forward, a fire raft damaged Farragut's flagship, while the Confederate ships attempted to engage. They attacked piecemeal and individually, and were consequently torn apart by concentrated Union gunfire. 2 rams chased and sank USS Varuna in shallow water, but there were no other Union losses. A single cotton-clad escaped to New Orleans to be scuttled alongside Mississippi as Farragut arrived on April 25th. The officers of Forts Jackson and St. Philip intended to resist Butler's advance, but their men mutinied and surrendered on April 29th. Louisiana was burned that same day. The Mississippi Delta was lost to the Confederacy, and Farragut became America's first rear admiral. Back upriver, Foote and Pope had intended to continue downriver to Fort Pillow and Memphis, when Pope was diverted for the Corinth campaign. Unable to take the fort himself, Foote stationed 6 City-class gunboats and 1 converted steamer at Plum Point Bend to protect a mortarboat which bombarded the fort every day starting April 12th. The dreary daily routine of unchallenged bombardments and Foote departing the squadron to recover from wounds let complacency set in. This was the opportunity the surviving River Defense Fleet was looking for. They'd been waiting downstream from Pillow for an opportunity to attack, and now the Union squadron was ripe for an ambush. The plan was to intercept and sink the Guard gunboat and mortarboat. When the rest of the squadron came to their aid, they'd be overwhelmed and sunk, returning the river to the Confederacy. The fleet got underway on May 9th to attack on May 10th. That morning, the USS Cincinnati was preparing for guard duty when the Confederates appeared around the bend. Unable to retreat due to lack of steam pressure, Cincinnati opened fire on the lead cottonclad General Bragg. Bragg struck a glancing blow, which sent the ships spinning 180 degrees after the ram got stuck. Cincinnati fired multiple point-blank volleys into Bragg, finally disabling her tiller after the two ships separated. Additional cottonclads arrived and rammed Cincinnati, which sank into the mud. By now, the rest of the squadron was steaming to help. The two cottonclads retreated due to boiler damage, but General Earl Van Dorn successfully rammed USS Mound City, grounding it on the riverbank. At this point, the gunboats retreated to water that was too shallow for the rams. Facing cannon fire they couldn't match and targets they couldn't reach, the cottonclads retreated. While Confederate papers claimed a great victory, the bombardment continued the next day, and both sunk gunboats were refloated and back in action by June. The fall of Corinth on May 30th rendered Fort Pillow and Memphis indefensible. All forces were to retreat towards Vicksburg, but there wasn't enough coal for all cottonclads to make the trip. While their captains argued about what to do, the surviving gunboats from Plum Point Bend, bolstered by 4 rams, arrived on June 6th. Lacking other options, the cottonclads steamed out for battle. The battle began with the lead Union ram, Queen of the West, ramming Colonel Lovell before being rammed itself. A melee broke out, the details of which are unclear, as every account of the battle contradicts the others. The only certainty is that General Earl Van Dorn escaped downriver, to be scuttled a few weeks later. This final fleet engagement confirmed Union brown water supremacy. It was clear to Mallory by June 1862 that he couldn't challenge the Union Navy in any conventional fashion. There were now more monitors than total Confederate warships. Therefore, he shifted focus to new technologies and overseas shipyards. The Confederacy made extensive use of torpedoes and naval mines in modern terminology. Static torpedoes were used to protect waterways, while spar torpedoes were used offensively. A number of Union ships were lost to torpedoes during the war, but they failed to impact any campaign. The most famous of the Confederacy's naval experiments were submarines. H.L. Hunley was building experimental submersibles for the Confederacy in New Orleans before it fell. Afterward, he relocated to Mobile and built the submarine which bore his name, though he really shouldn't have. Deployed to break Charleston's blockade, the craft killed 13 men in training accidents, including Hunley. It was still sent to attack the USS Housatonic in Charleston Harbor on February 17, 1864, and wasn't seen again until its wreck was discovered in 1995. Hunley had sunk Housatonic and itself with its spar torpedo, instantly killing its 8 crewmen due to the physics of underwater explosions and shockwaves in confined spaces. Far more successful were the commerce raiders. Davis's privateers were defeated by late 1861, but Mallory acquired actual warships with trained crews. A loophole in British and international law allowed neutral nations to build warships for belligerent nations so long as they didn't arm them themselves. Therefore, Mallory had Confederate agents, helped by sympathetic British officials, pay British shipyards to build and crew commerce raiders for the Confederacy. They'd be sailed to the Azores, take on Confederate officers and cannons, and then be set loose on Union shipping. While these raiders did considerable damage, they'd all be destroyed by Union cruisers or seized before launching. The most famous raider, Alabama, captured 65 ships before being cornered and sunk in Cherbourg Harbor by USS Kearsarge on June 19, 1864. The Florida was seized from under the Brazilian Navy's nose in the port of Salvador. The US and Britain almost came to blows when the Laird shipyard began constructing turreted rams for the Confederacy. The confrontation forced the government to quietly buy the rams and stop turning a blind eye toward pro-Confederate activities. The naval theatre was effectively concluded in August 1864. Only Mobile and Wilmington remained open to blockade runners, and Farragut intended to close Mobile. Defended by 3 forts, a minefield, 3 gunboats, and the ironclad Tennessee, the position was formidable. However, Farragut was confident in his fleet, bolstered by 4 monitors for the operation. At dawn on August 5th, Farragut approached the entrance to the bay. His wooden ships were lashed together in pairs, while the monitors took the inside track to shield them from cannon fire. The Confederate fleet, under Franklin Buchanan, prepared to meet them behind the minefield. The monitor Tecumseh opened the firing at 0647. The fort guns were quickly suppressed, but Tecumseh strayed into the minefield and was sunk. Confusion reigned until Farragut issued an order that mythmakers shortened to "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead," and led the fleet over part of the minefield whose torpedoes were too waterlogged to detonate. The gunboats were quickly dispatched, but Buchanan intended to fight Tennessee to the death. However, Tennessee was too slow to ram the mobile Union fleet, and its guns were too weak to do much damage. After 2 hours of concentrated pummeling, Tennessee surrendered. The Army closed Wilmington in January 1865 by capturing Fort Fisher. In 4 years, the Union Navy had grown to 671 active duty ships and completely isolated the Confederacy. The Confederate Navy had never stood a chance, yet ironically, it was also the Confederacy's last holdout. Commerce raider Shenandoah fired the war's final shot in June 1865 and didn't surrender until November. We are already working on the second long-form documentary on the American Civil War, which will show the final Union victory with an hour or so of additional material, and our series on the War of 1812 is also on the way. To ensure you don't miss these videos, make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see them. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Our patrons and YouTube members can watch more than 200 exclusive videos. Join their ranks via the link in the description or by pressing the join button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.